Zach,
Yes?
chat. I'm feeling sleepy this Saturday. I don't know why, because I got like 10 hours of sleep last night, because usually on Friday night I get a lot of sleep, and I sleep in very late into Saturday. But I don't know why. I don't know why it's like that today. Maybe it was my diet. So, rather than slump along through this and have Zach carry me through this league that we're absolutely just crushing, by the way, I'm gonna do this.
Your arm
I'm
over
wide
my
awake! Hi, everyone. Hi, Zach. Sorry.
Hi. Oh no, just say your arm over my shoulder. Be like, don't worry, look at I'll carry you.
Hi, everyone. My name's GirafaStev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club. I'm the very long and large enjoyer of games, wrestling, metal pipefall.mp3, and my stinky cats. Tonight, we're continuing our road to the playoffs in... Holy shit, it's already been 25 streams in a row? Bri? That's crazy. Thank you very much, my man. I appreciate that. I appreciate you being here for that many streams in a row.
Holy shit.
I do like
Hello, Mario.
however many streams a week, like 2 streams a week. So you've been coming here consistently
Hello, Mario.
for like 3 months. Hi, Zach. Hi, Bri. And hello, Infinite Killa. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Tonight, we have hopefully bigger fish to fry than the fucking Mets and the Expos and, God forbid, the Atlanta Braves. Because we're continuing our run in Backyard Baseball 2001. Last time we did it, I completely exposed the league. Hold on just a second.
Father, do you have my digestion medication? I don't want to have another episode like last Thursday.
Listen. Listen. It's coming, okay? It's coming. You just gotta be patient, son. Stop eating all those Cheetos, because I feel like that has more to do with your digestion issues than anything else.
No, never.
He'll never do that. I know he'll never do that. But it's wishful thinking. What's not wishful thinking is our placement on the goddamn board here. Hold on, I'm gonna show you it. I need to just, like, really have you guys sink this in, okay? Here, right here. Look at this. We are at the top of our division right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Mets and the Expos are both 3-3. And the Atlanta Braves are dead last, comfortably. Now, that doesn't really give a good picture as to how much of a trouncing this has been. But this does. Look at these scores. Really let them sink in for just a second, okay? Our only loss was at a 1-point deficit against the Mets. Everything else has been a total washout.
Yeah.
And in
We
the case
are the washouts.
Exactly. And in the case of the Expos, just an absolute massacre.
Hello, Mario.
Hello.
Hi, Infinite. Hold on just a second. Our first game against the Expos, we beat them 15-3. Okay?
Yep.
And then we followed up the Mets with a 1-point loss at 13-14. Now, I was expecting the next game to be close. But first we needed to get to the Braves. And we beat the Braves decisively. The Expos was like a killing blow. You know?
Stop, they're already
32-0. It was the Simpsons meme where Homer was beating the fuck out of Krusty or the fake Krusty or something.
Bro, the Expos was like the character Invincible at the end of season 1. I'm lying on the ground.
The Expos are still in a Yamcha pose right now.
Yeah.
The Mets, again, I was expecting more. 24-6 in our favor.
Yep.
This win, rather this loss right here, total fluke. I am convinced that this shit right here was a total fucking fluke. And I'm honestly disappointed. I expected more from the Mets, you know? But then again, everyone who's a fan of the Mets expects more for them. And then you only get disappointed. So if anything, it's true to life.
Yeah.
Nelson.
Yeah, they give people hope only to, like, crater off sometime after.
Sorry, Nelson. But the humongous Hornets were humongous that day with that humongous W. Speaking of humongous W's, we dog walked the Braves again, 16-3. We are dominating right now. And any losses that we get with our current standings, or rather like within the National League East, are flukes. So we're going outside of the East and we're going to the West. We are going to be facing a few other teams in the National League, this time in California, because we have the Giants and the Padres coming up here.
Yep.
First, this week has been an insane clusterfuck, I'll tell you what, in a mostly good way too, capping it off by pouring over the Brutal Legend soundtrack to a Tony Hawk game. Are you doing that yourself, or is that like a mod? Because that's awesome. I remember when, like, Ozzy died, I think it was, like, last year. They put that game, like, up for free for 666 minutes.
Yeah, oh yeah, Brutal Legend, yeah.
They put Brutal Legend up on GOG, I believe, or Humble Bundle.
Yep.
For 666 minutes for free, and you can download it and keep it forever. But
yep, I did that.
It's a mod I'm making. Oh, I didn't know you modded games. That's cool. I got that game when it was free, despite already buying it on Steam. I've owned Brutal Legend for like half my life, but I've never actually like sat down to play it. I should. I feel like I would enjoy it. But anyways, Zach, before we get into tonight's games, I have something that I need to show you, right? I told you that. That's what I told you. So last week, I was talking to you about pillow pets, and you had no clue what the fuck I was talking about. So, I'm here to fix that for you. Okay?
Uh-oh.
If you want to know what it looks like, here it is. This right here is the Sonic pillow pet. There he is.
Oh, so it's cute.
He is, and the reason why they're called pillow pets is obviously because, well, you know, right now he's like folded, and if you like stand him upright, he'll like stay upright, you know. He'll be like on all fours, you know.
So you're supposed to use him as a pillow or something?
But he has a little strap, right? And and when you let that strap loose, he like spreads out and becomes a pillow. So that's why they're called pillow pets. It's because they're a pillow, and then you put the strap on them, and then they're a pet. You know?
Oh, okay.
It's a pillow pet. Hold on, I got the Pillow Pets commercial on my hard drive. Let me post it in the Discord real quick. Yes! Thank you! Yes! Yeah, back when it was like an infomercial. But I didn't realize that, like, they had, like... Well, one thing, I didn't realize they were still around until I went to the comic shop a couple weeks ago. And two, I didn't realize that they had, like, brand deals, because they have one with Sonic, they have one with Marvel, like you see Spider-Man right here. In the background, you can see the ghost dog from The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yep.
I know, and if you look closely, you can also see Bluey there, too.
Yep.
Bluey!
Just peeking out over there.
It's in the memes channel. Okay, I'll go and grab it. A couple weeks ago, they also had Freddy Fazbear as a pillow pet, which was bonkers to me, because like this is a character that like chomps off chomps off the heads of small children.
Bro,
you know?
bro, Five Nights at Freddy's like all his merchandise and what have you. I'm just like people that don't know the lore. People that know the lore.
No, people that know the lore will also buy this shit. Scott Cawthon may be kind of a piece of shit, but he struck gold, honestly, because he made something that like transcends itself, you know? It like crosses into different genres. Five Nights at Longboy Clubhouse.
Oh my goodness.
Listen, if someone wants to make the mod, you can go for it. Do they have Stitch and Appa? Appa Pillow Pet? Dude, I would get that so quick! I would get an Appa Pillow Pet so quick.
He's so fluffy.
He's so fluffy and he's so big and he's so large and stupid. I love him very much. Yes!
There's a whole ass episode about him.
Infinite Killa, why do you have this just on your hard drive, if I might ask? I guess the real answer is, why wouldn't he have it on his hard drive? So, hold on, I need to, like, pull it up for you, Zach. Where did you even, like, find this? Did you just, like, download it off of YouTube or something?
Hope you didn't go to, like, a site that's full of malware.
Alright, hold on a sec. I'm just gonna fucking share it. I'm gonna share it with you real fast.
Okay.
But I remember this commercial. It played all the time on on the Forbidden Channel, Nicktoons Network. You remember that? I do.
Yeah, I watched Nicktoons Network a lot when I was a kid.
The classics like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Yakety Yak live rent-free in my fucking head.
Yep.
I have it for when the internet goes out to pretend I'm watching TV, and yes, I got it off of YouTube. Okay. Dude, when I add, like, infomercials into, like, the commercial rotation, I'm adding Pillow Pets in there, okay? Hold on, I need to make sure that this is actually gonna play. Hold on. Here it is, Zach. Here's the Pillow Pets. Do you see it?
Yeah.
You see a video player?
I see a video player.
Cool.
You've seen the Pillow Pets.
Wow, this is so... Dude, this is so grainy.
Pillow Pets are cute, huggable pets that pop open into full-size pillows. They're soft, they're cuddly, and they make perfect pillows.
To be fair, the Sonic one wasn't very cuddly.
The frog, the
Damn.
unicorn, the dolphin, the bumblebee, the monkey, and all the others. But
I wanted the monkey one, dude.
Pillow Pets. There's a new T-Rex.
Bet the tails. Whoa, dinosaur!
Whoa, holy shit, dude. Autistic people are going crazy right now. Me, I'm autistic. Let's do it.
Now, there's even more Pillow Pets. There's a new
Whoa, dinosaurs!
That's a... Dude, hold on. This right here is the T-Rex? That's crazy.
Yeah, just screaming right now.
I mean, like... I feel like you could put a name on, like... I feel like you could put, like, the name of any reptile on this guy, and it would still be accurate, you know?
Yeah.
Like, this right here is, like, vague reptilian creature, I feel like.
Yeah, I bet the Tails one will be more huggable than Sonic.
Dude, Tails is a fox, you know?
Yeah.
If you make him, you need to make him fluffy, you know? Especially the tails.
A triceratops, a pterodactyl, a dragon.
What? I love the dragon so much, dude.
So goofy.
Okay, never mind. If I saw this one, I would want it. Because look at him. He's got like googly eyes, it looks like, and he has a little tongue sticking out. He's like more cat than lizard. He's great. I had a Walmart bootleg of the bee one as a kid. Aw, you didn't even get the real thing? Alright, well, was it, like, at least, like, huggable, like the Pillow Pets were?
Dragon, an elephant, a koala bear, a purple ladybug, and a lot more. Go online to see all the new Pillow Pets at www.pillowpets.com. If you don't think your kids will love Pillow Pets, then watch this.
Okay, go ahead.
Watch
and open up the package.
Home video? Oh, yeah, shit. Oh, shit. Hi, Henway.
Whoa, man, this is so infomercial. Holy shit.
Wow, dude. Now, I don't remember seeing this one. I don't remember the... Aw, the turtle. Aw.
Right, I feel like I would see this on infomercial channel.
all the new pillow
Cats and pillow pets go well together. Cats and their fucking fur go well with pillow pets. That shit, like, that shit's gonna be a magnet. It's gonna be caked. It's gonna be caked in.
pets are all
Like,
Henry
thing-
would somehow
What?
Henry would somehow be afraid of the pillow pets.
I put the dragon in front of him and he gets the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
Cats and pillow pets go well together.
only available online. Pillow pets are soft, they're cuddly, and they make kids happy. Kids love to collect pillow pets too. How many
You know what?
pillow pets do you have? See all the
None, because I didn't get any.
www.pillowpets.com. That's www.pillowpets.com. Start collecting your
That pterodactyl one is freaky. I love that.
I thought this would just be a quick, like, 30-second to a minute ad, but it goes on for a bit.
Yeah, it's like a whole thing, you know?
2 minutes. Looks, holy shit.
But no, I wanted either the monkey or the penguin when I was a kid. I didn't get either of those things. But now I'm 26 and I want the Sonic the Hedgehog one. But now I have a big question, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happens if I go to pillowpets.com in 2026? Let's see.
Let's find out. Let's find out.
Pillowpets.com. No way, it's still up!
Wow.
It's still up and it looks like modern and stuff. Oh my god, it's asking you to sign up for a newsletter. No. Hold on, Zach. You're seeing the video still. Give me just a second.
Yep.
I'll turn music back on. Look at this. Like, it seems like that they're kind of like shifting the marketing a little bit towards like both kids and also like young adults too. Because like in this reel here, you got these women here that seem like they're kind of in their 20s. So, which to be fair, I'm in my 20s. I like fluffy things. So,
Look at! I found the Appa one. The Opal one.
hold on. I'm about to find it. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my goodness gracious! Look at him!
Look at him!
Look at him! Dude, I wish that kid was me.
Yeah, I'd be hugging the shit out of him.
I would be snuggling the shit out of this guy, dude. It's so cute. Dude, they have Garfield?
Dude, that Garfield one is sending me.
That Garfield one looks incredibly flat. I don't know if I would like this one very much, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Wow, now he does look like lasagna, like that.
I was about to say, he's folded up like fucking lasagna noodles. I love that. You got like a bunch of these?
SpongeBob!
SpongeBob. Okay, well, Paw Patrol makes a lot of sense. Raphael?
You have Raphael, but not
You can
the
have
other
Raph?
two.
Wow.
But not the other two.
Hello, Mario.
It seems like his shell comes off too. At least I would think it does, because like I wouldn't want to lay on that if I was a child. I wouldn't want to lay on that. No, Zach. They got the jumbo. They got a jumbo. Oh my goodness! I mean, like I'd probably still be too big for it, but.
Look at my eyes widen though. That fucking price though, holy shit.
I know! $90 for the chat. Would you pay $90 for Jumbo Appa? Because I absolutely would. I would absolutely do. I swear all infomercial products cost 3 low payments of $19.99 plus shipping and handling. I mean, like, that's how they get you, dude. That's how they get you. It's the shipping that gets you, really. Yeah?
Can I just say that? Can I just say that SpongeBob one? I love how it looks the most different out of the rest because he's just.
I feel like I need to take a look at SpongeBob here.
Whoa!
Whoa! Holy shit!
Whoa! Whoa!
dude, I'm this kid right here. I'm wondering how the fuck I lay on this.
Dude, looks like a cosplayer saw that like dressed up as SpongeBob. The way it looks.
The strap here looks like a third arm. I feel like.
Yeah. Well, that's freaky.
That kid right there is wondering, hey, well, how the fuck am I supposed to lay on this guy?
Yeah.
I don't know him. Turtle shells aren't supposed to come off. The shells are literally a part of their body. Dude, I'm buying this for like my 6-year-old nephew, Timothy. Okay, he's gonna want to take the shell off.
Mm-hmm.
So like, just let him take it off. You know. I'm thinking Heifer from Rocco's Modern Life. I think a Rocco one would be good. How about the originals here? I want to see the original guys. There's a ladybug, just like I remember. Oh yeah, I remember a couple of these were also like scented too. Because like you had the cozy cow, and you have like ones that are like fruit scented too.
They're the classics from the commercial.
Friendly frog, snuggly puppy. Okay, actually I wanted the puppy as well. To be fair, the sunny sloth.
Sid.
Hot dude, a Highland cow is so inspired. Wow.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Having the Highland cow with its giant fur coat is very inspired. I love that.
I love how he's called Mr. Bear. Just
Mr. Bear. You know what? I would love the bear too, frankly. The panda. I love him.
Dude, if you had all the money in the world, you would buy so much of this stuff. Your room would just be covered.
I keep a lovely animal sanctuary here, and it's just a bunch of pillow pets.
Oh, look! They got rid of all the dinosaurs. Where are the dinosaurs?
Dude, the dinosaurs have gone extinct in Pillow Pet world.
Wow.
No giraffe pillow pet? No, because they're cowards. They don't want to do it. Toy Story. Okay, this is weird. I don't like this.
What is Buzz's face?
Dude, Buzz with his like weird chin indent. I don't like that.
Oh, Sonic! I see Sonic.
I see Sonic too. Shadow!
Shadow!
No way!
The grump face.
Yeah, you know what? They chose the perfect kid to pose with this thing. This guy is a total baller. I love that. I am the ultimate pillow.
Rouge the Shadow.
He might just be.
Bro.
They have a Jumbo Sonic too. Oh yeah, some of these had like sleep time lights in them too. Hold on. Let's just see
for the kids.
Oh. Well, again, this seems like not very great. I don't want a hard bit of plastic on my pillow. You know?
Meh. Yeah.
I don't want a hard bit of plastic on the thing I'm laying my head down on. So
it's a piece of fucking plastic.
It's a piece of fucking plastic. How about Marvel here? What do we got? The Hulk?
A Hulk that's smiling? Oh, jeez.
This is like Superhero Squad Hulk. What is this?
Yeah, it's Superhero Squad, yeah.
And then you have Groot here. That's cute. Yep. Out of stock! Oh.
Oh. Yeah. You're gonna get something else before you bought that.
A Jeff the Land Shark pillow pet would go hard as fuck. Five Nights at Freddy's. You have one of Freddy.
Except Chica.
No Chica. She was too scary. Like, they don't even have Chica listed up here on the banner. They don't want to give you any false pretenses. Honestly, I enjoy what they did with Freddy here. They made him look very cute. You know? Same with Foxy. Bonnie is a little still giving me like a bit of fluoride stare there, you know?
Yeah. I don't know, the contrast between like the thumbnail and like the actual like plushies is like selling me expectations. Yeah, he has like expectations versus reality type shit.
Like you expect it to be like really terrifying, and then you see it, and it's like, oh, it's cute. Yeah. I like that.
Yeah, it's cute.
I want to see what they got. No. I want to see, like, what kit they got. Really?
Oh my god! Whoa.
Grandma,
Oh,
dude,
no.
dude, Grandma's coming on here and then she sees this.
I had to recognize that. That's Withered Freddy from the second game.
Zach, the fact you know that is putting me in a chokehold. Wow.
Hey man, shares as to this. I've seen my fair share of Five Nights at Freddy's videos.
I mean, I'm sure everyone has.
I
But
think the reason Chica wasn't included in the Pillow Pals was because they knew gross adults would try to cut small holes at the back end of Chica.
Dude, they would just do that with all of them, okay? I don't think that's unique to Chica. Just put her in there. You know? And fucking so what? Like, they bought it, they could do what they want with it.
I was gonna say, man, it's a good thing Chica's in here because people will wanna fuck it.
I mean, I just said, dude, if that was the case, they wouldn't put Sonic or Shadow in here. You know?
Yeah.
I just think they're scared. Or
Thank God there is no Rouge one.
Yeah, exactly. People are gonna be doing that. Do you know how many people love Shadow? So many. There are hundreds. Literally hundreds of people love Shadow more than their spouse. So
especially the Latinos.
oh well, they all love Andrade El Idolo now. All of the Latina baddies love Andrade El Idolo. He stole all of them from Shadow.
Imagine Andrade comes up dressed up like Shadow, like black and red.
I would pop so fucking hard. You would become my new favorite.
No
wrestler.
giraffe pillow pal. This is discrimination. This is bullshit.
Yeah, you fucking tell them, homunculus. That is bullshit.
Oh, they got peanuts.
Probably just. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna have any of them, Snoopy's the one. You know.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
Yeah, no.
I don't necessarily really want a, you know, Linus pillow pet. You know.
You wouldn't want the bird? The
Woodstock?
Yellow bird. Yeah, Woodstock. Yeah.
I wouldn't mind a Woodstock pillow pet.
Yeah.
But like, I don't really want like a, you know, a Peppermint Patty or a Franklin pillow pet, you know?
Or Lucy.
Or Lucy. No, that would be fucked up. So Snoopy being the one that they pick is a very solid choice. So, I like that. How to Train Your Dragon. Okay, hold on. What about Sesame Street? Okay, yes. But like,
Elmo.
the purport, dude, Elmo's head looks crazy here, I feel like.
Yeah.
A tiny Woodstock pillow pet would go triple platinum. It would go like
coming this summer. Paul Blart, Malcop 3, Blart versus the confounded computer tablet device.
Because they're meant to be to look cute and, you know, huggable, like Big Bird.
I was about to say, I'm surprised they don't have Big Bird on here. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Big Bird like lends himself to that. So. In fact, like almost all of, you know, the Sesame Street characters lend themselves to that. I would buy a Kermit one. I'd buy a Cookie Monster one.
Yeah, the only exception to this is like fucking Oscar the Grouch.
Oscar the No. They need to like make that for the lulz. I would love that. What about How to Train Your Dragon? Oh, that's cute. I mean, like, the plastic wings I'm not really a fan of. But, like...
Dude, I feel like those plastic wings could, like, easily come off.
I feel like that, too. Wait! What about this one? What about...
where's the other one?
Coming 2027, Paul Blart, Malcop 4, Blart to the Future.
Where is she?
Why no Big Bird or Cookie Monster pillow pet? What about fucking Grover? You know?
Mm-hmm.
I'd buy a Grover one.
What's gonna be his time?
Exactly. How about Disney here? This is insane.
It's like, hey, ladies.
I don't like... I feel like this would be impossible to get comfortable on, you know? Because, like, I'm laying down for bed, you know? I'm laying down my head, and all of a sudden, there's this giant Lightning McQueen shaped lump, you know?
Dude, the fucking eyebrow raising.
No, I know. This right here is the Lightning McQueen face, you know? It's like, I'm trying to sleep. Get the fuck out of here, Owen Wilson.
Kachiga.
Kachiga. Dude, that's Chick Hicks. Okay. that right there's fucking Chick Hicks. And don't you forget it. Man, they got a lot of Disney ones here, dude. They got Stitch. I mean, Stitch is an easy one. And Perry the Platypus? I love that.
Dude, it looks like he's in misery right there.
He, like, looks like that. No, I mean, like, when he's folded up, he literally just looks like how he is in the show. You know?
Oh, okay.
And then when he unfurls, he's like roadkill. I love that. And of course, you need to have Winnie the Pooh ones. Eeyore's... I mean, like, Eeyore's a good choice.
Dude, that's a scary face to have on you, Jack Skellington.
I mean, that's the iconic face. I feel like Jack is cute enough to where it fits. Look at this, like,
Yo, that's
Chewbacca.
full of fluff. That's full of fluff right there.
Dude, I want this Chewbacca here, I'm gonna be honest with you.
So fluffy.
I know. Look at Sully. Sully looks insane. Turning red. The character from
It's almost time for a 2.5-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
No, the fuck, it's not. Get out of here. We're almost done. Of course, there's Mickey and Minnie.
The villain from Nightmare Before Christmas. That's a.
We have Stitch and we have Girl Stitch right here.
Yep.
What else is there? Baby Yoda, of course.
Yep.
Oh man, you got like a bundle of the Nightmare Before Christmas?
All for $90.
For $90 whole dollars, dude.
Buzz and Woody, get the fuck out of here.
Dude, doesn't Woody look psychotic? I don't like that. Girl Stitch is called Angel. I guarantee you that all the moms buying this stuff have no clue what that is. So, like, in my head, she is Girl Stitch.
My mind, she's Girl Stitch.
I mean, that's really, like, what she... Dude. Appa's a new arrival.
Damn.
I kind of want to get the Garfield one, if I'm being honest with you.
Dude, the Garfield one is, like, the funniest to me.
The Garfield one looks the least... It looks the least comfortable of the lot, aside from Lightning McQueen.
Yeah. Yeah, he really looks like lasagna. Right
You
there.
fucking sleep on this guy, and you're gonna wake up feeling like it's Monday. You're a fucking... Thank you. Thank you for your commentary, Colin. You're gonna wake up, and it's gonna be a Monday every day when you fucking sleep on this guy.
Just a week passes by.
You should have seen the 2010's Toy Story 3 Lego figures. Those fuckers are Hold on.
Uh-oh. Are we going on a trip?
Toy Story 3 Lego. I like Lego lots, so. I don't know. I mean, like, these look okay to me.
Well,
I mean,
oh.
this right here is just like a normal minifigure, but you painted them army green.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I see them down there. All the faces.
Wait,
I see them like the picture below, like all the faces up close.
Okay, never mind. Bullseye makes me feel unclean. The Lego Woody specifically is cursed. I don't know, man. I feel like Lego Buzz is more cursed because something about him just feels really off to me. Like, the fact that the inside of his suit is also not, like, green. The shade of purple on his cowl is just weird to me.
Dude,
like, does the helmet close or does it just, like, stay open? It's being Boz.
Dude, I don't know why, but Jessie looks so uncanny to me.
Jessie does look a little bit uncanny, yeah. It's the shadow on her, I feel like.
Yeah.
It's the shadow. I'm not a fan of how she's being shadowed, but it looks like that she's going in for like interrogation or something.
Yeah. Gonna be bad cop.
yeah. Like she's gonna go in to be questioned. For her crimes against humanity.
Yes,
I'm surprised these didn't stick around, honestly. Like even just like as like Toy Story figures, you know? Because like I feel like Toy Story is big enough, you know, to warrant that. Yeah, but obviously Lego thinks that Sonic is bigger, and they're right. My goat.
Or not.
That's my fucking goat.
That's my goat. Taste the goat.
Anyways, chat, we're gonna run an ad and then we're gonna get into tonight's festivities, alright? Hold on just a second. It's Wooby and Baz. Thara Snake and Snock and Beat. Wooby or Wooby. Baz to Affinity and BMs. That's cursed. Get out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Mods, get this motherfucker. Get him right now. We've acted like real jerks to Sega
I'm gonna
in the past, but Sonic Blast
start
is a
sharing
title
the
that
fucking game
shocks
with you,
and
Zach.
stuns
Give me a
all who
second.
play it. And it shows just how much juice the Game Gear still has in it. With a game like Sonic Blast, we here at Flights of Fantasy believe the Game Gear will last for a whole nother decade. Is it realistic? Maybe, maybe not. But it's more realistic than that old clunker, the Game Boy, lasting just as long.
Do you think these kids
The
will have
best
pillow
feature of
pets?
Sonic Blast is the graphics.
Absolutely.
The dithering is even more
Especially
than it was in
especially
Toy Story.
Luann.
But the fact there are graphics
She would be
like
bugging
this
her
in the
parents
Game Gear
crazy
is
style
incredibly
for
impressive.
those.
Especially in the game's bonus stages,
You know,
which are
Teddy is
sure
your
to
best
mesmerize
friend.
gamers.
Sega interest scared the fuck out of
Say that the Game
me.
Boy should be jealous of Sega, but we don't know
Good.
if Sonic Blast used
Hold on.
Silicon Graphics computers to bring its visuals
Good.
to life. Everyone
Good.
knows the incorporation of SGI computers was key to making
Most
Nintendo's
strikeouts in a
Donkey
game
Kong Country into
for
the
Kenny
game it is today.
Kawaguchi. I'm pretty
If
sure
the same
Kenny is
can
our
be said for
go-to
Sonic
pitcher.
Blast, we may have a
Yeah.
legendary title.
And I
Maybe he's
have-
not washed.
He's not
And if you
washed,
thought
and
the
Amir
graphics
Khan
on the
is
Game
kind
Gear
of like
were
our closer if we
wait until you
absolutely
see
need
what
him.
they're like on the Genesis. Here's a look at the opening
Okay,
to
where's that
Sonic's
juice?
new adventure.
A slight fear I have with introducing the infomercials is if someone were to come up to me and say, hey, I bought 10 pillow pets because I saw you show them on your stream, I'm going to feel a little bit, you know, complicit. I don't know why I use that word, but I'm gonna feel complicit in like selling shit to my audience when I didn't mean to.
Is that, oh no. You mean you don't want to be a marketer?
Not really, Zach. I just kind of want to play my fun baseball and wrestling games, if that's okay. I would like that, but no. Instead, I'm gonna have someone come up to me.
Oh, excuse
with
me, we're back,
their
my
5
dudes.
shadow pillow pets, and they're gonna be like, "You did this to me." I'm gonna be like, "Sorry, man. I was just trying to be funny.
Yeah, I was just trying to show a joke.
I was just trying to be funny." But really, what you should have bought instead was Mighty Mended.
Boo!
Exactly. That's what you get for not paying fucking attention. You buy an inferior product. Good job. Okay. Speaking of being sold on a product from an ancient ad, I got an insane one to post real quick. And I just played for WWE 2K26. Do you feel inspired to spend $70 plus more depending on how many, avenues of monetization get their hooks in you, Dan?
$70. I don't like that. I don't like
Delicious battle pass.
that.
Yes. Delectable VC for the island. Incredible delicacy. The cards in my faction.
I expect nothing less from 2K.
I honestly don't either. Like, they were on the back foot after 2K20, and now, fast forward, like, 6 years, and they're right back on their bullshit. You know?
Yep. Oh no, are we gonna have another 2K19 situation?
I mean, 2K19 was a good one. 2K20 was the bad one.
What is about? Are we gonna have another 2K20 situation?
To be fair, even based on what I've seen of 2K26, it's nowhere near that level. But, like, what really kills it is the monetization for me. I can't handle that,
Yeah.
That's just something I cannot justify.
Get fucking monetization stuff everywhere in the game.
Literally. Like, they'll find new ways to nickel and dime you before fixing bugs that have been in the game for years. Anyways.
Man, they really are treating it like they're NBA 2K games.
It's creeping in.
Yeah.
Dude, Lisa Crockett's on this team? Oh no. Oh no for them. I'm fine. But like
she's not very good.
No, she is not.
Our fucking voice lines crack me up. Whatever.
Whatever. Dude, we are stacked with good batting talent.
I'll laugh if she hits a home run though.
I mean, the difference between 2K20 and 26 is 2K26 will completely break down from you looking at it wrong. Yeah. I mean, like I just said that, it's, at its core, it's a decent game. But
Thanks, Sonny. It's good to be here for another exciting game of baseball. I can't get enough of it. This afternoon will feature...
Wow, that was, like, oddly, like, copacetic there.
And the San Francisco Giants. This season has been solid for these kids. They've been playing some...
That's very true. Both teams have 5 wins and 1 loss on their record.
Not to mention, it's looking good for the playoffs.
All right, let's get on with the fun. Okay, you kooky fans, give us a cheer for your favorite baseball team.
Kooky and quirky fans.
based and completely fucking awesome fans. Put your hands together for the Hornets. Ubi and Boz must escape Al's toot burn. Or is it AI's toot burn?
Alright, let's play ball. Pitching today is...
Bro, they have 5 wins with Lisa Crockett on their team. That's an accomplishment.
That's an accomplishment, but that means that that must mean that these jobber players have something up their sleeve. So we need to be a little careful here, I feel like.
What am I supposed to do again?
It's a little hard to tell right now, Pete, but for now, just do what you do best. And bunt that shit. There you go.
The way he holds it.
I know. Ah! Okay.
That's close.
I kind of wanted to go closer to the sun and try to get to second base. But I feel like that would have been ill-advised. He is literally Stinky Peterson from Hey Arnold. He's Stinky Peterson. I mean, he's like pillar shaped, and he also has like a southern voice.
Here's the motion. Fires.
So I'm willing to accept that.
Runner on first.
That's the fastball.
That really was a fastball, yeah.
Into the motion. The 1-1 pitch.
Ball.
That was ball 2.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, good. I had that scouted. All right. Cool. Willikers. I don't think he.
No.
Strike two.
What?
Dude, come on. I don't think Pete ever says Willikers,
2 and 2.
but
Nah.
he's pretty close to it. Hold on. I think he can steal.
Here's the windup. Pitch on the way. Swing.
Ooh, is that out of here?
It's not out.
Nope.
It's out of there.
Oh no, Pete.
Nah, Pete's
And the runner
Pete's got
is
it.
safe.
Oh,
Nice.
oh, the AI's being the AI
Okay.
again.
Okay, I'm not confident in that.
And he's safe.
No way.
You're saying.
Goes for the slide. Lands on third.
No way!
Woo!
Holy shit! That
That
paid
was
off?
risky.
One.
Damn, I can't believe it.
I honestly can't believe it either, Zach.
Adios, baseball.
The AI is so dumb. We might actually be able to walk away with this again.
A swing. And
Oh,
Okay,
now
never
that
mind.
kind of pop up. Look how high. Ooh. Oh, they bought it.
Pete!
marks their debut in today's score.
Dude, I could have stolen, like, third base if I just paid attention to Pablo.
Juan Gonzalez is the batter.
Whatever.
Dude, it sucks that you can't change difficulty during season mode because holy shit, this is a dog water type season right now.
Yeah, we're dog walking these kids.
From the
We're
windup,
sending them home without dessert here.
swinging. Strike one.
I could have let that
And the
go.
count is 0 and 1.
That was very likely to not get into the strike zone.
Stretch. She delivers.
So speaking of speaking of baseball, the season starts next week.
It does,
Let's go.
doesn't it?
Yep.
My work
Here's the windup.
has,
1-1 pitch.
or like my work right now.
Tries to steal.
Oh wait, hold on.
Slides into
Oh, nice, Pablo. That's awesome. They're having like a special right now where they're gonna have like cheesesteaks on opening day. And that's gonna be quite good.
She is ready. Cuts to the plate. And
Oh,
Wow.
get out of here, dude.
That was close.
That was
That's close to
very
missing it.
close. I'm gonna have
Come
Pablo
on,
try to
Pablo.
steal.
the 1-2 pitch. That was ball 2. There he goes.
Oh yeah, too slow. Too slow.
Cut between bases.
Oh no. Oh no. He's
Slides into third.
Yeah.
And
Aw.
choose, try your hardest.
Okay. You know what? These kids might be more competent.
I don't know. I mean, like, they were struggling with that big fly ball
The 2-2
there a little
pitch.
bit ago. Oh! Oh! Is that gone? Oh, no.
It's the fence.
Ball is
Oh my god,
still
run!
No.
Oh no! Oh no!
cut between bases.
Fucking run,
Got it.
pillhead! Go! Wait, what?
Yeah. Why are you dumb?
Zach, are you sure about these
Hello,
guys?
Mario.
Man, are we gonna have to start over and pick hard mode or some shit? Because
I'm
this
not
is-
starting over, Zach. We gotta see this through.
Yeah.
If I do, I'm gonna pick the White Sox.
She is ready. Throws it. Swung on.
Gotta pick the loser team.
Listen, dude, they're only losers because I'm not coaching them. Also, hi, Teddy. Welcome on in. He says that he likes your Chihaya pick, Zach.
0 and 2.
Oh, thank you.
Everyone
Yeah.
loves Chihaya here.
Hell yeah. I even have a Chihaya mouse pad.
Delivers.
He does, in fact, have that. I saw it. What the fuck?
Pitcher's merciless.
Oh.
Keisha continuing her streak of bad luck.
Through the inning now.
Yeah.
Left one on second.
But,
no.
yeah, look at Chanel. I brought over my Chihaya mouse pad when I was visiting.
Kawaguchi up on the mound and ready for action.
I think you have before, right?
Slow ball.
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
He go nuts with the crazy ball.
It's very nicely done.
Steps up.
I saw it with my own two eyes.
From the snack bar, cause this
Yep.
inning is getting underway here.
So, hold on. Is there a player for the San Francisco Giants
From the windup, pitch on the way.
in this game?
A swing.
It was Barry Bonds, but he's just a random kid in this game.
Throws it. A swing. Strike.
That makes like
With the right.
two teams
Great time.
that don't have a like actual player
0 and 2.
in this game because the White Sox also don't have one.
This
Mhm.
Another
Nice job, Kenny. Setting the tone for this game with the first 3 pitches and the batters out. Chihaya was probably my favorite of the adult love interests, even if I never pick any of the adults, LMAO.
That's my goat right there.
Lisa Crockett. No. I know that's not who you mean. Holy shit, the fireball has, like, huge control radius.
That's working for us.
And it was a lefty.
That's a terrific pitch, but it sure is hard on the
Also,
arm.
that strike zone is ginormous.
From the and delivers.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure if that's, like, a good or a bad thing, if I'm being perfectly honest with you.
He's set.
Given how Pablo is such a small one, I'm going to assume it's probably a bad thing.
The throw to first base.
Well, either way, she's out.
Stepping up to the plate.
But no, chat. Oh, I'm gonna at least try my life. I was right. Yes, to put up, really?
I remember making Lisa Crockett my, like, all-star when I used to play one for the baseball games. How did you make her your all-star?
A swing.
That feels like Aw, Kenny!
Kenny!
See, Kenny can catch fly balls, and that's why we're gonna win this shit.
But no, chat, if you're curious, the Chihaya picture that's on me is in like the Persona Q style, and I think that's really cool.
It is in the Persona Q style, the 3DS game, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The stretch and the delivery. The wing.
Oh.
That shit's gone. That's gone.
Nah, I'm saying the fence.
Ah, really?
Plays it off the ball.
Thank. You can
She
still make
caused
it.
her to. She caused her to drop it.
Slides into first.
I got greedy.
Ah,
I got
damn.
greedy. I just remember her being a good hitter for me.
Lucky's the kind of batter that wants a hit every time.
Damn.
This one's going
Lucky's the kind of batter that wants to hit every time.
into the motion. Throws it. The swing.
That's what Kenny has to say about her.
That's a slow.
She's
Okay,
so
well, she can
slow.
hit, but she's slower than erosion.
Walk back to the dugout.
Jocinda Smith comes to bat. 2 outs.
Now, Lisa Crockett's not a very fast character. You're not gonna get a home run, but you can try Jocinda.
She kicks.
So,
A swing.
oh, she was able to hit that though. Oh, but Wait, no, it's
wait!
covering.
Woo! You're so
Yeah.
stupid! You're so dumb! You're so stupid! Let's go!
Oh, Logan, this is why you shouldn't be a little league coach.
Okay,
Why not?
Right over the
I mean,
Yeah.
I agree with you, but give me your reason. Cite your sources.
and offering.
Ooh, because you'd just be insulting the other kids the whole time.
That was fucking outside the strike zone. What do you mean?
Throws it.
What do you mean?
0-2.
What do you mean? I call foul.
Dude, I need to hit the line drive now. I gotta do it.
The windup. Throws it. That was a ball.
Oh,
Okay.
go fuck yourself, man. No, I'm not gonna hit. Dude, fine. You know what? We're just gonna try it.
The
We're gonna try it.
The 1-2 pitch. And that's strike 3. That's it.
Uh,
Do better next time.
I hope you will, Kenny.
Halfway through the inning.
okay,
now.
well, they're shunning us out here in the innings here. So,
Mandy.
they
Yeah.
might have a chance to actually score.
This kid's gotta be.
Ball that right down the middle. Dude, that went right down the middle, yeah.
Throws it.
She wasn't that fast. No, she's not.
Now,
How many hits
baby.
do we have? Like 6 or 7?
Slow ball. After throwing the heat, the batter will
Hmm.
early every time.
0-1.
Well, let's check.
Now, here's the pitch.
What the?
What was that?
I don't know.
Call it a wild pitch.
That ball was
A wild pitch.
The batter got a hit.
And the
6, 7.
motion.
All right, here we go.
Pitch.
My goodness.
Sliced it. 1-2.
It's like, man, that ball did not go where you needed it to go.
Yeah, no, it didn't. I don't know why they do that sometimes.
1-2 pitch.
As wild as a long boy in a wrestling ring, just ask Gira.
To another hitter.
I'm
Yeah, you fucking are, Kenny. Except for that one ball that you threw, that was a little weird.
Ramona Bennett.
I don't know what was up with that.
Young hitter can get the job done.
You're Gira. I'm not Gira, brother. Gira is a totally different guy.
The stretch and the throw. Swung on. Bunted.
Don't let Gear play against these kids, though.
Fires
Yeah, exactly.
Say goodbye,
He'll crush all of them.
out. Dominic Hoskins steps up.
Now this kid's got style.
Alright, let's see
Yeah.
here.
He's ready now.
Let's see how much style he's really got.
Swing. Strike. 2 outs.
No style so far.
Bad style. But does he have grace?
Throws it. Swing.
Okay, he's got a little grace.
Ball. Hit a little nut.
But unfortunately, he's got a funny face. And that's why he got out.
And that'll close up the second.
They don't want
Well,
none.
at least this isn't a complete dog walking so far.
The only run so far is for Pete Wheeler, and he's about to get another one, chat. Thanks to the crazy bunt.
How crazy is it gonna be?
And the pitch.
Let's see.
Crazy bunt. Look at it go.
That's a little crazy.
It's running around like a
Oh,
okay,
Pete!
Oh, it's crazy. Oh shit. It's really
Holy shit, it's crazy! It's so crazy! Wow!
Yeah, now that's what I'm talking
It
about.
went on for quite a bit.
Dude! He was able to do an inside the park home run in the time it took to fucking stop being insane.
It was really crazy. Holy shit.
And the delivery.
He really popped a wheelie right there, chat.
Ball.
Yeah.
Watch your kneecaps on those tapes.
Pop a wheelie.
Ah, no,
clap,
it's covering
clap, clap,
first.
clap.
You stupid.
What is happening here?
Okay.
They were like falling over themselves to get the ball.
Steps in.
Secret weapon? Like he's ready to belt one out.
Man, I can't believe Pete's been your only run producer in this whole game.
I can. I can because Pete's fucking fast as hell.
Swung on.
Whoa,
That's
fast.
a foul.
Watch your kneecaps on those taters.
Big foul. Big foul. Okay. Cool. But yeah, Zach.
The stretch. Pitch on the way.
I guess while we're here, I can do one of the things I like to do most, and that's talk about Sonic the Hedgehog.
I thought you were gonna say wrestling.
Well, listen, we can talk about wrestling as well. It depends on what you. So, what do you guys want to talk about? In the words of one.
Yeah. What do you want to talk about?
Can we talk about baseball instead, dude? Dude, I'm not qualified to talk about baseball. I mean, Zach might be able to.
Oh,
Remember-
back.
Runners
You're back,
I'm back! Bro, you're just a child.
dude. Aren't you like 9 years old?
from the windup. Pitch on the way.
How you already came back chronic pain?
Holy
Oh, no.
shit!
Center field.
Get on your horse.
Is it gonna drop? It's gonna drop. Yeah, they just watched it drop.
Plays it off the
Dude, they
wall.
just watched that shit drop. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh!
And another one.
That's the kind of hustling I like to see.
Oh my goodness. Oh, they just didn't even try.
Dude, let's talk about Sonic Heroes. With pleasure, brother. I like Sonic Heroes. How about you, Zach?
It's alright.
It's just okay.
alright.
It's okay.
It's fine.
Keisha.
I will say that when you play the PC version with a few general improvement mods,
Strike
it
one.
becomes a top 5 3D Sonic game. Like, when you can actually control Sonic and he's not sliding around on butter,
Windup. Here's the pitch.
it's very good.
Crazy bunt.
Oh, it's
Because then you
crazy.
can actually enjoy the
Take his medication.
really
Shit.
good
Oh, not that crazy.
game design with it.
Or something.
Mm.
Score. Ball is still in.
Oh my god, he's so slow.
They got another one.
That's the kind of hustling I like to see.
It is very easy to dupe the AI, I'm noticing.
Yeah.
I had it on Gink. What about Sonic Villains? I mean, there was the Bad Guys compilation
With no
paperback released by IDW. That's filled with bad guys. Hold on. That's filled with
Takes her
Sonic
shot,
villains.
steps to the plate.
Damn it.
Strike. Goes
I think she's...
Yeah, they got her. Oh, they...
No, they didn't.
Slides in, and that's an out.
You know, that's fine. That's okay. Sonic Heroes had a villain mode. It did not. I was there, brother.
Did not.
I mean, I would fucking...
General.
I mean, I'd play the shit out of that if it had that. I had it on GameCube and it ran pretty fine from my memory. I'm more so talking about how it felt to play. You know?
Yeah. How slippery it felt.
Hello, Mario.
There was also the Bad Guys miniseries in IDW. I literally just talked about that, yeah. Dude, that was an insane pitch.
She's on a cold day.
Dude, that pitch wasn't just crazy, it was clinically insane. That was crazy. Really?
Yep.
There was a villain team, I swear to God. There was not a villain team.
No, there was not a villain team.
The closest we had to that was Team Dark, but that's not really villains. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, they're not villains.
They're just dark people.
From the wind-up, 3-2 pitch.
I don't know what I was saying there. Holy shit! That's gone! That's out of here!
So out of here.
Out of here!
I need a plane ticket to catch this one.
Maybe I just interpreted Team Dark and Team Chaotix as being the bad guys. Dude, Villain Charmy. I'm pretty sure that existed in the Archie books, but it definitely doesn't in the IDW ones. So, I don't know, Zach, I feel like you would know about that. Who has money for a blimp?
To my knowledge, Charmy was not a villain in the Archie books.
But he was also like a prince, and then they turned him stupid. That's what
because
that's what I've come to learn.
Yeah, because originally in Knuckles Chaotix, he's like a teenager. He's like 16, 17 type shit.
Gosh, he's so slow. Not even the stupid AI is too slow for her. Ah.
No, it's like Knuckles Chaotix, he's like 16, 17. And then Sonic Heroes came out and turned him into a child. But the thing is, in between that period, he was in the Archie comic books. So his original interpretation as being 16, 17, which means he had a full-ass girlfriend and shit. So I was like, oh, how do we make this more in line with the games with Sonic Heroes out? Literally make him stupid. Like literally make him stupid. Make it have like brain damage.
Brain damage?
Yeah, brain damage. So he doesn't know who he was beforehand and shit.
Dude, Archie pre-reboot is like a fever dream. What?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck were we doing over here? You know?
Try to make it more like the games.
Try to make it more like the games. Give the bat brain damage.
Yeah.
Rather, give the bee brain damage. God damn it.
But one thing I do know, it can drive.
That's crazy. Wow, that's crazy.
That is an insane... Dude, that ball's clinically insane. What?
Woohoo!
I think they can make it.
Score!
I don't think he can make it.
This is quite a
He can make it! He can make it! He can make it! Yeah! Dude, we're back to dog walking. What?
Wheeler steps in.
I wouldn't want to meet this kid in a dark alley. I wouldn't want to meet him in a light alley either. Alleys are scary.
2 out.
You don't want to meet Pete Wheeler in a dark alley? Pete, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to meet Vinny the Gooch in a dark alley. Whatever you do there is up to you.
Send him scrambling.
And the runner is safe.
Scream.
You have full reins. If they did a Sonic Heroes sequel today, they could do Eggman, Metal Sonic, and Sage. I would like a couple things, right? I would like a couple things from Sonic Heroes. Hypothetical Sonic Heroes 2. Hypothetical heroes.
Hypothetical.
Is anyone in the Long Boy Club a fan of Zavok? Zaz?
Target goes up.
Or the Delic 6 General, I guess?
No, I'm not.
No.
2-0.
They are,
Takes her stretch.
I heard someone on TikTok call the Deadly Six industry plants, and I'm never gonna forget that, because they so fucking are.
The stretch. Cuts to the plate. The swing.
They've had exactly one good interpretation, alright?
Mm-hmm.
And that was in the Metal Virus arc in the IDW comics. Everything else has been dog shit.
And drove one deep.
Everything else has been like mediocre garbage.
Way back out of the ballpark. A home run.
Okay, yeah.
Wow.
Never mind. Never mind. We are fucking owning these guys. Incredibly so. But no, what I would like is a couple things, right? One, I want a redo of Team Rose. Alright?
Mm.
I want it to be thus, okay? The team is as follows. Amy, Cream, and Blaze the Cat. With Amy being put in the position of power,
Even though the secret
and Blaze being speed.
any English, we all know he's a rad.
Because I feel that Amy fits more naturally into a power type. Meanwhile, Blaze is literally the alternate dimension version of Sonic. You know?
Yeah. Like, wow, that's way out.
That was... Dude. Giants. Don't you fucking play with me. Okay? Give me a pitch.
Poetry verses. And rumor has it, she's not a big fan of Brussels sprouts.
Really? That's weird. My parents told me all
I was-
like Brussels sprouts.
That's right.
Oh man, are you a sucker?
Takes the stretch and the delivery.
Their parents only boil them, and that's why they're bad.
Ball.
Send him scrambling.
You put Lowry's and garlic salt on that, it's good. But no. Second thing I want is a new team. And again, it is as follows.
Gonzalez is fast as lightning, and he can punch.
Tangle, Whisper, Jewel.
2 outs.
Kiss this one goodbye.
Literally, it's Team Spiral or Team Spiral Hill, whichever one you want.
And the offering. Ball 1.
But that makes the most sense to me.
Just a bit wide.
1-0.
But like, as I've... but like...
Fires.
I feel like
The swing.
Sorry, I feel like other people would also be like, well, what about Lanolin? And I'm like, it doesn't seem like a lot of people like Lanolin all that much. So...
Into the motion. Pitch on the way.
Lanolin is like the sheep character.
The runner goes.
Oh, yeah. I see her around.
Apparently a lot of people don't really like that. Or rather, like, they don't like her all that much. I don't know why yet, because I've not read that far into the comics. But I'm making my way over there. Because I've made it my goal to get trade paperbacks of all of the, you know, like, IDW books. As many as I can, anyways.
2-2 pitch.
And I went
Next
to the comic store today.
That dog will hunt.
And I looked at, you know, like, the most recent issue. And I was like, issue 85? Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, oh no. Man, I really need to catch up.
I mean, I'm saying oh goodness to that, but then I need to like consider that many comic lines have been going on since before I was born. You know? And I'm just like, well, if I think that's a lot, imagine being like a Batman fan
runner on third.
or a Spider-Man fan. You have much content, you know?
Even consider like the previous Sonic run over at Archie lasts for like 20 fucking years.
Lasted for like 20 years.
Yeah.
But like it had a reboot at some point in there, completely nullifying like 15 years of stories. You know?
Yep. People fucking hated that. Yeah, so much continuity like down the fucking toilet, so to speak.
1-1 pitch.
I feel like as time has gone on, it's become more of a footnote.
2-1.
But
Yeah.
and kind of more of a thing where it's like, man, remember when the Archie books did this?
2-1 pitch.
You know?
Strike.
Speaking of,
Because they've done a lot.
Speaking of, you want to know like the actual context for the Charmy Bee thing?
Sure. Give me it. Give it to me, baby.
Okay.
That's, dude, that's gone. That's out of here.
Yeah.
That's out of here! Get fucked, Giants! I'm cutting you down to size, brother.
Excuse me, may I park this
Woo.
here?
Nice. What issue are you
Okay.
on right now? I am on issue...
Where issue are you on?
I don't even remember. Like... I'm at the end of the Metal Virus arc again. Because I've been rereading shit, and I'm at the end of the Metal Virus arc again. So...
Yeah. I remember you read up to that point before.
So really, I'm back to where I stopped reading. So really, everything from this point on is going to be new to me.
You're gonna find out what Surge's deal is.
I'll finally find out why people love Surge.
Yeah. But no, Charmy and his whole deal. So Logan, this is what happened. He got put into a Eggman device called an egg grape.
Which is grave?
Grape.
Okay.
Which is a large spherical pod resembling grapes on stalks, which are used as prison containers for the captive people of Nahul. It's able to convert the life force of living beings trapped in the life
force of living beings.
Yes, trapped in the egg grapes into power for Eggman's operations. What does that have to do with Charmy? Well, Charmy was captured and put into there. After a certain point, he suffered memory loss.
So, like, he just put him in there until he got brain damage for being in there.
Yeah. Once he was like rescued and shit, he got memory loss. So the 17-year-old now has like the mindset of like, you know, a 6 to 8-year-old.
Can I just say, like, just generally, I'm glad that we've kind of done away. Jesus Christ. Teddy, I wish there was a mercy rule because, like, listen to Sunny Day. She's like up by 13. She's completely stunned by this. You know, like she's looking at this curb stomping of the Giants and she's fucking stun locked. You know.
Nice one.
But yeah.
It's almost time for a 2.5-minute Gatorade break, my dudes.
I was saying that, like, I'm happy that we've kind of done away with hard, you know, like, in-stone ages for these characters. Because now we don't have any more tedious conversations about, you know, that.
It's
more tedious, you know, awkward conversations about that. Now we just kind of have general, like, brackets, you know? Because, because now it's kind of seen that, you know, characters like Sonic, Knuckles, and Amy, they're within the same demographic, you know?
Yeah, like Logan, I wouldn't be surprised. We know how fast and loose Sega was, like the rules of Archie, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is Archie be like, hey, Charlie's supposed to be like a 6-year-old, make him like 6 by any means necessary. Alright.
It just seems really weird to me. Just like, just like put them in like age groups, you know? Like,
slow ball down the middle.
I don't know, like Sonic, Knuckles, Amy, and you know, those characters being like late teens and like early adults. I think that's fine, you know?
God,
Tails, Charmy, Cream, them being kids, that's okay too. You know?
Logan, that's also weird. The reverse thing happened. The reverse thing happened. Oh no, Pablo!
It's almost time for a 2.5-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Yes, we are. All right.
The reverse thing happened to Amy because when SA1 came out, she got a whole ass redesign. It looked older. The Archie comics, she's still in her Sonic CD design, so they had to write a plot thing to make her look older.
Just fucking weird, dude.
Yeah.
Like, god damn. Why should this even matter? You know? Why should this even matter? It's so fucking dumb.
Yeah.
Throws it to first. She's out.
Oh, and
I wouldn't want to meet
Anyways.
in a dark alley.
Yeah, that's like it's so funny. She just like gets like a mystical type shit, mystical like invention type shit that just boop. I have a new design now.
an unforgettable undergrounder.
But she still has the same mentality like in a Sonic CD
Like,
era.
Dude,
Yeah.
why even go through this to begin with? This is really like just convoluted, you know?
Has the best eye on the team.
I imagine it's align more of like the updated like character designs in the games.
Here's the wine.
You know, you can
Shit.
just have those character designs.
And a foul
Like, you don't need to make a ginormous deal out of it.
Bro, I remember there's like a whole ass issue on why classic Sonic suddenly looks like modern Sonic and Archie, and that's so fucking funny.
Like, you could just make it a thing where it's like, oh, well, they're older now. You know?
Yeah, like few years past, they're older, type shit.
Like, why are we fucking going through this whole rigmarole here?
Yeah.
And the count is 2-2.
I don't know. Replace Eggman with Infinite and I'm sold. You know what?
And the offer
Ever since, like, the new, like, or ever since, like, the finale of Chaos Case Files, there's been a lot of new Infinite, like, truthers out there.
Wheelie's older than
Thank you, Kagi. Like the new voice he gave him.
I'm one of them. I like Infinite now, kind of. I still think that he's...
Touchdown.
I mean, I still kind of feel like they can't help but make him a little bit lame, right?
Yeah, just because of the main problem of Sonic Forces in general.
Well, no, I mean, like, even, like, his whole justification for, like, you know, being the way he is.
You can't rewrite that, so to speak.
I mean, you could rewrite it, but, like, I'm just thinking to myself, they can't help but make him just a tiny bit lame still.
Yeah.
So... But... You know, I will say that they've, done quite a bit in making him just seem a bit more like a threat. So...
Yeah. I love the new voice they gave him.
I do too. I like it. I like it too.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it.
It's going to left field.
He's
out of there.
Knew it.
It just goes to show you can. It just goes to show you can make any character like interesting if you put thought into it.
He doesn't speak any English. We all know he's a rad dude.
Adios, baseball.
Unless you're like the Deadly Six somehow.
In the Deadly Six, or like in the case of Deadly Six, you get like one good story, and that's it.
Yeah.
First and second, 2 out.
Oh.
That being said, even though I do glaze, you know, like the
Ball 1 and
Metal Virus arc, the only thing I don't really like about it is Shadow. Because Shadow literally just got himself infected.
1-1 pitch.
And it really could have been easily avoided if he just fucking was like, no. Or like if he was just like smarter and said, no, I'm not going to, you know, put myself at risk with this thing that I know is going to infect me if I touch it. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But instead he like just went headstrong into it. And I'm just like, I don't really think he looks brave for that. He just looks really fucking stupid. So.
Yeah. It's because like Sega stuff, but I know Shadow has been like the
It's
one.
almost time for a 2.5 minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
The what now? Sorry?
I just know like that's been the one critique of IDW Sonic, just like Shadow's right in general because of Sega stuff.
Like, you can make him, like, smart. I mean, like, I think at that point, it was pretty known what the Metal Virus was going to do to you if you touched it. You know?
Yeah.
Instead, he was like, no, I'm going to face all 500 of these guys because I'm Shadow the Hedgehog, and I can do it.
I could do whatever the fuck I want.
And the line where it's like, cowards run, I win.
It's
I'm just
break
like,
time.
you, my friend,
Where
are
the heck's
fucking
the
stupid.
Cheetos, my dudes?
Yeah, it's a difference between bravery and stupidity.
And I feel like that, in that case, Shadow was just like too stupid.
Like Illusion of Gaia, Earthbound comes packed with a load of hints if you need them. Earthbound is an easy RPG, but Nintendo wanted the game to be easy, so it provides constant, uninterrupted fun.
Absolutely.
Earthbound has so many comic elements to it that Nintendo doesn't want you to give up on the game and never see those funny scenes. Earthbound is the first RPG to be set in modern times.
That seems to be the consensus.
You save your progress by calling your dad over the telephone and refill your energy by eating pizza.
He's a bit of a throwback
Speaking of
character in a way.
you can play the game with your left hand and eat pizza in the other, since the game can
He's
be
so
controlled with the L button,
unapologetically,
which lets you
like,
talk and check, otherwise known as
cringe,
search,
and he
the
almost
control
wraps
pad
back
to move.
around to being
Prepare
awesome.
to visit several places.
Yeah.
You know?
Clubhouse, arcade, burger shop.
He's a Shadow the Hedgehog, the game, the character.
Yep. He's like one of those mid-2000s characters.
Because like if you put Infinite like in a room, he will be the downer of every single party. But he's so utterly himself and confident in who he is that, again, he almost rats back around to being awesome.
Uh-huh.
But then you remember that he has 3-0 boss fights. And he's taken down like a total fucking chump.
And not in one of those boss fights does he use his actual theme.
Not one, dude, hi, my name is Sega. It is currently, what year is it? 2016, 2017.
17, yeah, 2017.
And we need money. How do we make money? Oh, I know. Let's fucking spend however much money to get Danger Kids in here and record a new song for our new villain, and then not even use it at all in the game.
Yeah, no, they do use it looking for like one cutscene.
For like 30 seconds behind some dialogue. And then they never use it again. This theme goes so insane. Like, dude, I would hate to be a music track because then there would be a chance I would get used in the game Sonic Forces, and then no one would hear me. You know?
Yeah, because the songs like end so quickly. You don't even get to hear
oh,
the
excuse
full
me, we're
thing.
back, my dudes.
Or stages end so quickly, you don't even get to hear the whole thing.
Yeah, because like the stages are so brief, and the songs are meant for like a stage that is of appropriate length. But the thing is, all the stages are they're like over so quickly that you don't even hear them in their entirety. Like they don't even complete a loop. You know, They're entire songs that you hear for like 5 seconds, like literally 5 seconds, and then it changes to something else.
And some of them even have ending singers.
some of them have actual like fade outs, but like you don't even have a chance to hear them at their peak because the game is just like from one thing to another derogatory. So,
but it's the one thing that you will hear over and over again: the Sonic Forces main theme during the one stage.
Welcome back to baseball, not Raw. Genuinely one of my favorite songs ever. I'm gonna say that on the final lap of a race in Crossworlds, Infinite's theme goes crazy.
It does.
I wasn't paying attention.
You're forgetting.
Yeah, give me some more of that. They got another one. The gooch likes that.
Bro. Infinite's theme is another one of those. Okay, it's okay. Like this is like so cringe. It wraps back around to being like awesome.
I know. Again, it's kind of a throwback song. So.
Yeah.
They have a runner on second.
I was like, oh shit!
A lot of Sonic music used to sound like that. So.
Yeah.
Now pitching, Dominic Huskins.
He tends to strike out people whose middle names begin with D and who own small dogs. And his favorite color is chartreuse.
From the stretch, pitch on the way.
Well, Keisha's none of those things, Vinny.
Strike!
No, but she's a big whiffer.
Yep.
Although, look at her batting average. She's been coming... She's been on the up again. That might be out of here. No way!
Bro.
Dude, he had that shit so scouted. What?
Kathy Wolf steps up.
That was like so high in the air, it was probably like skyscraper height, and he still caught that shit. Okay, cool. For like 1 second, you flexed on me. Good job. You have enough confidence to make it through the day.
He gobbles it up, chucks it to first. She's safe.
But no, like,
Lisa Crockett, ready for the pin.
I would like to get, you know, up to speed with the IDW stuff. Because
Runner on first.
there's a lot of things that are becoming more relevant to you know, the main canon. That are comic exclusive.
The wing. Lined back.
Dude, just the one thing I wanna say, the way Sonic gets like green eyes in his modern design and Archie Sonic is so fucking funny to me. He uses like
they made a big deal out of green eyes.
Yeah. Oh, how do we make him have like his modern design to align with Sonic Adventure 1? He uses like the fucking super emeralds to do like time warp running to stop an attack. He literally goes so fast and shit through like time warp and what have you that it gets like green eyes and modern design. It's so fucking funny.
I mean, like, on one hand, it's like cool, but also it's not that serious, brother. Like, I feel like there's such a thing as just, like, you explain so much that you take all the mystique out of it. You know?
Oh, what the fuck?
I'm gonna smack this one.
Like, do we really need to know this? You know?
Yeah, yes, it's important to the plot, don't you know?
How? How is Sonic having green eyes important to the story? Explain your methods.
Dude, it's like talking to someone who's like a DC or Marvel Comics fan. They always love to talk about how a superhero like changes his costume like every few years, how they look different.
Okay, but like, you know, usually the change in the costume comes with a change in character too. Did Sonic's character change after he got green eyes? After the comic told me exactly how he got green eyes? Did he change at all? Did he go through like a big fundamental shift?
No,
No,
not really.
Exactly.
You know what's also funny about that issue as well? That issue, I remember reading that issue. It got quirky. It got quirky where you're supposed to read from the back like a manga.
Dude, like I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Ken Penders knows, he probably knows other writers, but Ken Penders knows writers that use subtext and they're fucking cowards.
Cowards. Fucking cowards.
I was just like, do we really need to know this?
It's important to the story or some shit.
It's important to my fucking asshole is what it is. What do you mean?
So what do you mean? Because Logan, it's so funny. It's so fucking funny. Yeah, you know, you're supposed to read from the front, but the first page is like the newsletter and fan arts and shit. What the fuck?
I hate you, Ken Penders. I hate you so much, man. Like I hate you so much. It makes no sense. What the fuck are you doing? What do you mean I need to read from the back? This isn't This isn't manga. You fucking idiot.
Stupid.
What do you mean that I have to read from the back? Stop being cute and tell me how Sonic got his green eyes.
It's like, God damn it.
She scored.
Yeah, now that.
Stop being cutesy with it and just tell me how Sonic got his green fucking eyes.
And they've scratched out another run.
This is sad right here.
Yeah.
The fastest runner out there, which is great as long as he's headed the right way.
Runner on first, one out.
I'm gonna hit a touchdown.
Dude, we're almost 2 hours into this and we're still on this fucking game. What do you mean?
And delivers the right
So we're talking. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Like, this
Holy
right here... This right here is stat juicing. I don't care.
You could have hung laundry on that one.
Oh my lord.
Oh my god. Okay.
Can't take this shit anymore.
I can't take this anymore, dude. Cool.
The stretch and the pitch.
Look at Kenny.
That was a
He
ball.
knows. He knows this shit's in the bag. Genuinely one of my favorite Sonic songs ever is Infinite's theme. It is. It's good.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to listen to that shit all the time. Especially when the full version came out. Oh!
Becomes center. The delivery. That was ball 2. And the count.
Chat, what do you wish that the IDW comics would explain about Sonic?
How he got his green eyes!
That doesn't need to be explained.
How he got his green eyes!
Like, fucking give me an example here. How he got his green eyes, Zach.
Yeah.
Pablo Sanchez.
Why does Tangle have such a ginormous tail?
Doesn't speak any English. We all know he's a rad dude.
Why is she in love with her girlfriend?
Why does she love Whisper?
Yeah.
Why have they not had a kiss in comics yet?
That was ball 1.
So I could probably won't allow it.
Because they are cowards.
Yeah.
Ready now, and the pitch. The wing, lined back.
Solid one. I wouldn't want to be in the path of that hit.
And he comes in to score.
Now
I
that
want them to explain why Shadow wears gloves and shoes.
kind of hustler.
Not to say, if that roller, like, got over there and got Pablo out, I would have laughed.
Another run.
The gooch likes that.
I'm sorry. How is this team 5-1 in their league?
Are they a bunch of flukers?
Dude, how do you get flukes 5 times out of 6 games?
If it curves or catches fire, Mad Dog can throw the heck out of it. Just don't ask her to throw a slow ball.
Takes her stretch. Pitch on the way. Swinging. Strike 1.
They're running out of pitchers, dude. I can tell.
They have a run
Yeah.
second.
I want them to explain why Shadow wears gloves and shoes.
The wind up. Pitch on the way.
They're not shoes,
Oh.
they're rocket skates.
Blooper in foul territory.
Okay. Oh, okay, this explains so much. Logan, this explains so much about the Archie thing with the SA1 designs. The story and the other designs was written into the story after Sega mandated that all Sonic media updated Sonic with this design and shit.
But, like, you could have just done that.
Yeah, just like you actually didn't need to write a story around it. He's like, oh, Sonic has an updated design now. Sonic has updated designs now. and Knuckles, I think he technically has like an updated design.
Yeah, he kind of does. I mean, now he has purple eyes, but you don't see them making a story for why Knuckles has fucking purple eyes. You know? Oh well, well, what about Tails? Why does Tails have fucking blue eyes? Can you explain that one to me, Benders?
Score!
Yeah, now that's what I'm talking
Also, funny thing about
this. Look at this.
Score!
Yeah, now
Mercy Rule, where is it?
Also, Logan, this is funny. This is funny in the issue. Sonic tells Sally they read about using super speed to vibrate through solid objects in comic books. This is a reference to the Flash from DC Comics.
dude, DC was a thing even back then in the Sonic lore. Wow.
Yeah. Holy shit. Curve stomp.
Tails is secretly a blue-eyed white dragon from Yu-Gi-Oh! That's why he has blue eyes. It's time to do
Also, the production staff's names for the story are intentionally tied to background backwards.
It's time to do.
Why?
So wait. What do you mean we mean the credits for the production staff are typed backwards? Like actually, like they're typed backwards in the issue?
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like, remember a lot of things at the time doing stuff like that. Like, there's an episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force, right? That it's called the Dickisode, right? And all of the production staff, their first names are Dick, followed by their last name.
That was a 2-1.
Tonight you will have your dick ripped off.
Pitch on the way.
Oh, yeah, look, I can tell. Ooh, look, I can tell this is of the times because this was released in June. Yeah, in June of '99.
What, that comic that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Why? You can't let JavaScript dog walk you like this, dude. What is happening?
Bro!
This dude, they just let it's 24-0 and they just let JavaScript get a triple. This team is cooked.
Am I gonna have to take a dive just to move things along?
I'm getting very close to doing that. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you.
Because holy shit, we want to move on over here.
This team is cooked. Hi, Fluffy. How are you doing?
From the wind-up, the 1-1.
We are dog watering this team.
That was a beautiful home run by Kane. Hi, Fluffy.
She kicks and the pitch.
I'm sorry, but like, I'm glad that we're still remembering the fucking calls from Crush Hour because they made us laugh a lot.
The Hornets leading.
She's speechless by the amount of runs that we're getting.
Comes to the plate.
Now this kid's got
Get
stuff.
one run, singular.
Pitch on the way.
A singular run. That's yeah. It's like.
Okay. Dude, look at this.
She's so slow.
She's slower than JavaScript. Dude, we might actually get her out. Ah, that would have been so funny. What? That would have been so fucking funny.
Bro, these kids are so out of breath or something.
I mean, they've been out here getting their asses kicked for like 2 hours, dude.
Yeah.
They know they're cooked.
Pablo Sanchez has picked up the twisty rockets.
That's Pablo Sanchez. Now has the laser-guided rockets.
And that's a double play. What a play!
What a play! What a maneuver!
2 out.
That was an incredible ram there. By Kenny Kawaguchi.
Whoa!
He just rams him with his wheelchair.
Yeah.
The wing. A bouncing ball. He gobbles it up. Out. That'll bring our team up to.
Dude, we close them out.
Next up, Kenny Kawaguchi.
So like,
Fast base winner,
Zach.
and he can play all day without getting tired.
Diving.
Yeah,
I'm diving.
Bro, I don't know the way she. Bro, I don't know about you. I don't know about you, but it sounds like hell doing like 2 games per stream.
I mean, like, I'm having fun with it enough. But,
yeah,
like,
have fun.
If he can keep
you know, that's why I'm talking about Sonic with you as well. Because I recognize that this is getting pretty easy. So
yeah, we like to get to the playoffs sooner or later.
I would like to get to the playoffs. Yes.
Kid.
Boy, I messed up.
That's fine, Kenny. It's not your fault. That was entirely on me.
Yeah. Alright, Pete, just stand there. Looking goofy.
You know what to do, right, Pete?
What am I supposed to do again?
Literally just stand there and do fucking nothing, kid.
Yeah, you're gonna make Lisa Crockett look like Pitcher of the Year.
It's 9 p.m. on a school night, and we need to get you home so you can have your lasagna.
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever it is people like you eat. You're supposed to be a batter and not a broken ladder. Dude, if I choose to be a batter, we're gonna be here for like another hour. Okay?
Yeah.
So, so at this point, I will assume the position of broken ladder.
Like I shit you not, look, was it taking a dive, we'd be here for like another 2 hours.
I mean, I don't know about that, but we would be here for at least another 45 minutes. I keep moving the goalposts of like how long we'll be here for.
Yeah.
Amir Khan walks up to the plate.
Sticks and still so he can hit and throw as hard as his big brother.
I'm gonna smack this one.
Yeah, you sure are.
Into the windup and the delivery.
I gotta make the dive seem natural, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Mods banned Zach for his lack of baseball. Dude, why are you banning him? I'm the one that has no knowledge.
Yeah, I said, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm sorry, but I gotta make the dive look natural, bud.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I look away for like 5 seconds and he hits a home run.
That's Amir Khan for you, dude.
Yeah.
What's his name? Sticks?
Pablo Sanchez steps in. 2 outs.
Hold on.
Time out.
Timeout. Oh, I can't see it. Dude. Like, come on now.
Bro.
Come on, dude. Give me something here. I'm gonna make the dive look natural, okay?
And the pitch. Swung on. Strike! 2 outs.
Can you believe I had the children's game figured out, chat?
Whoa.
Swing.
Whoa.
It really took a lot of work, but I got it figured out.
One more shot.
Yeah, I got touch your forehead or some shit.
The windup and deliver.
I'm doing the edge taunt.
Yeah.
Where he's tapping his head. I'll tell you what happened there, Pablo. I fucking told you to stand there.
Through the inning now. The Hornets are pummeling them.
No, you know what? I'm glad someone finally fucking said it.
Like it was a toothpick.
The Hornets are oh my god, the Hornets are pummeling them.
And the throw. Strike.
That's
one.
very, very right.
Slow one.
Bet the batter wasn't expecting that.
0-1.
New York Giants are better anyways. It's okay.
A swing.
Yeah.
Sliced it. 0-2.
I mean, they won a Super Bowl. Multiple. Had the San Francisco Giants ever won a Super Bowl?
Ready now.
I don't think so.
You know, World Series.
And he has banned the
I mean, Super Bowl.
Against one another many times.
I mean, Zach, factually, they never won a Super Bowl. You cannot argue with that.
Yeah, they don't play football.
You can't, yeah, and therefore they never won a Super Bowl. There you
You're exactly
go.
not wrong.
Billy Mendelson steps up.
This kid looks like he's all business out there.
Alright, let's see if he's all business with my corkscrew ball.
To the plate. Swing. Whoops. Slice. And count 0-1.
Like,
He winds. Cuts to the plate.
it's a bit,
Strike. Good move. Slow ball.
but yeah.
He
Another
winds
thing
and delivers.
is that,
Sends him back to the dugout. Strikeout.
but no, like, they've been, like, talking about,
Yana Jackson steps up to bat.
or, like, people have been wanting, like, a Hero sequel or, like, a remaster of the original for, like, such a long time at this point.
And the offering.
They wanted one of Unleashed, but then the fans just did that. so, it's not really as much of a thing anymore.
Throws it.
The Unleash.
Recompiled. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chucks it over. That's
Yeah, the
an out.
recompiled version of Sonic Unleashed.
Mm.
And the Hornets win it.
25-0.
Oh my lord.
Oh my fucking lord, dude.
Hollering at the mall tonight.
Thanks for coming out, folks.
Yeah.
Dude, there's gonna be some hollering tonight from the San Francisco Giants coach to the players.
Yeah.
This is,
what the fuck was that?
like, just, dude, the Mets. Why couldn't we get this from the Mets? Look at this! 23-7! Where did this come from? Stop playing games with me!
Like, come on!
I mean, like, I know we need to actually play a game, but at least fucking show up to it. Because look at this. Do I just have that much of a goated team?
There hasn't been a game where it's been under 10 runs.
There's not been a game that's under 10 runs. Not yet.
I just want to get to the playoff.
The only one that's comparable to us now is the Melonheads in the American League Central. So.
But will they fold like the Giants?
Let's see. Do we face the Melonheads? No, we don't. Not in the season. But let's see the Padres. Maybe they'll give us something.
Yeah, we're just asking for anything.
Give me something, brother.
Tony Gwynn. Look at they have as their pitcher.
Marky?
Yeah.
Dude, the no shoes man. All right. How we looking on batting here? Oof. Ouch. Alright, come on. You're gonna go down towards the bottom, unfortunately. I'm gonna go ahead and actually put Java. Actually, no, I think Java's fine where she is.
I know her name is Java, but I keep thinking you're saying Jabba.
Jabba the Crypt.
Yeah.
Okay, let's fucking do it.
Welcome back to Baseball Fever, all you crazy fans. Hello, baseball fans. Sunny day here, along with my good friend, Vinny the Gooch.
Thanks, Sonny. It's good to be here for another exciting game of baseball. I can't get enough of it. Playing in today's game are the San Diego Padres and the humongous Hornets. Whatever these kids are doing, it's working for them.
Dude, we are dominating is what we're doing.
Each one of the players is thinking about the playoffs, and they have a good chance of making it if they keep it up.
All right, let's get on with the fun. Okay, you kooky fans, give us a cheer for your favorite baseball team.
You kooky fans.
We are at our home field here, so we have home field advantage, like we need it.
He tends to strike out people whose middle names.
Oh no, Logan, I'm looking at Archie art again.
Why would you do that?
Because I'm looking for information. I'm on the wiki. I'm just like, oh no, I'm seeing some of these panels.
You're looking for information.
Yeah, I must know. Logan, because I forgot. It's like, wait, did they actually give an explanation for why Knuckles looks different? Because that'd be funny.
That would be funny, yeah.
Surprise them with a slow ball. Nobody out. He comes center, and the pitch. The wing.
Oh.
Right
Uh-oh.
deep under it.
Oh. That could have been awesome.
But it wasn't. That could have been epic. But it wasn't.
Wasn't.
Alright.
The delivery, the wing.
Okay, but that was a good first showing.
Oh no!
Oh no. Oh no.
Uh-oh, I actually have competition?
I mean, it's only been 2 runners. Let's hold our breath here.
Marky.
Oh boy, Marky Dubois, brother.
Plays with
his crazy ass music.
The wing. A bouncing ball. Straight to the pitcher. He throws the ball to first. He's
Okay.
Fun fact about Marky, by the way. I don't know if you're heard this from his profile, but when he grows up, he wants to give a ring to Billie Jean. He likes her.
And Billie Jean doesn't like him. So like when they're on the same team, she actually does worse.
Oh, that's funny. Look at dude, I love the way he pitches his animations and shit.
He's got the dogs out.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do again?
Marky and Pete would make an awesome tag team.
Hell yeah.
He's got like that. It's got that Chucky from like Rugrats vibe going on about him. Oh my god, they're all like descending on the ball. Did you see that? That was scary.
Yeah.
They're all like coming in like a quarter circle formation.
Dude, Marky was so slow trying to pick up the ball. His like run animation was so slow.
Well, maybe it would be faster if he like wore some fucking shoes, but he doesn't want them. He doesn't want to wear shoes.
Runner on first. Nobody.
Oh my god! Wow.
Dude, the way he sees the ball.
And the pitch. Strike.
Dude.
That's why he's showing off over here.
Dude, dude, that's insane.
Now that's aura farming.
I was about to say, he's straight up aura farming there. That's insane.
Send him scrambling.
Oh.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Wait, what are you doing?
I don't know what I'm doing. Forget I did that.
One out.
Okay.
You might actually have to lean in.
Dude, I might actually need to like fucking do something here.
And the pitch. Swing. A long one.
Like that? Oh no, it's gonna get wait. Oh, it's gonna get caught.
He's out.
No way!
And the runner tags.
Really?
Damn.
Okay. Dude, they just freaking got they just handed out to two of our best players, to like the two best players on this team.
Uh-huh.
Okay. The Padres might have something here.
That's a slow roller.
They got something here, dude.
Yeah, you might actually have to like pay attention.
We might actually have a game here.
Yeah.
Nobody out.
We're determined to keep our place at the top of the league, though.
This is what happens when you fuck with Marky Dubois.
Dude, his fucking aura radiated off of everyone, or rather, like it's radiating off of him and it's powering everyone up. It's like when the people gave like Goku the energy for the spirit bomb.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh no, I'm here. Oh.
We need a pitcher, not a wormy snitcher. My favorite one that you did, Dan, was that we want a pitcher, not a right-wing grifter.
Hey.
That was my favorite one that you did.
From the stretch, the pitch. Strike! 0-1.
You like.
But yeah, like at this point I'm collecting like all of the Sonic comics physically because I want to like have all of them for myself. And also because IDW's like in-app comic reader is dog doo-doo. So
yeah.
So like the less I have to use of that thing, the better.
It's a good thing I told you about the big trade paperbacks that they have, so it takes up like less shelf space.
They do have like the big, like compendiums, but so far I've been collecting the trade paperbacks just because I already started that and I don't want my collection to look weird. I want things to be uniform,
Ready now, and the delivery.
Yeah, one of those tendencies. Yeah, like, oh, it looks so off if I do like this now.
Dude, it's the same reason why I don't want to get like used games in like the store branded boxes, or like because like I don't know if GameStop still does it, but they'll
they like the GameStop ones.
Yeah, where they look like the GameStop ones, or even worse, if you go to a resale store, like we have Mega Replay over in my area, right? And sometimes what they'll do, and it's an unbelievable amount of games that just don't have their artwork. And I'm just thinking to myself, how does this even happen?
How do people just like take the artwork off and shit?
Like, what function does that serve? Do they think they're like saving shelf space or something?
After throwing the heat, the batter will swing early every time.
Would you ever consider reading any of the Fleetway comics? Yeah, I mean, like, I would consider reading, you know, the Archie books as well. I mean, we just, like, clowned on them for, like, half an hour. But, I would consider reading them because, you know, they're still part of my favorite series, you know?
Plus, there's, like, a genuine curiosity about how crazy it is.
I am genuinely curious, even though they mean really nothing in the modern day. They're still kind of a little time capsule of how Sonic used to be. So
yeah, I'm like it's that same curiosity I have about the Fleetway Sonic in the UK, Sonic the comic, because I heard nothing of how much of a fucking asshole Sonic is in that particular version.
Yeah, like Sonic just like is like really mean to Tails for like no reason. It's very funny. Holy shit, Marky!
Damn.
Cold day, Juan Gonzalez.
One-way trip to Cooperstown.
It's like the other thing I know about that comic series is how Super Sonic is like an evil entity type shit. It makes Sonic like crazy. They got like those fucking red like eye shit. Not even eyes, just like
like he turns like evil. Dude, that shit was so popular that they made that version of Super Sonic into a killer in Outcome Memories when that was a thing. So
oh shit, really?
Yeah, because like I'm pretty sure that Outcome Memories had 4 killers, right? And I call them killers because it's literally what they were in the context of the game. Like Outcome Memories was basically like a Dead by Daylight, but if it was like a Sonic thing and it was made on Roblox.
Okay.
It even kind of invented new character designs for certain characters, because they added Blaze in the game, but she's not her modern design. They made a whole new like design for like what she would look like if she was in the classic games. So
So
have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen it?
No, I've never seen Outcome Memories. Apparently, it's like a Roblox type mod thing.
Yeah, it's like a game made in Roblox. So I'm asking you if you've seen like its design for like Blaze and Cream.
No, I haven't.
I'll show you them here in a minute. After this inning, okay.
I typed it up and like the second result was Outcome Memories was canceled today. It was like a month ago.
Yeah. Outcome Memories got canceled, unfortunately.
Yeah, because apparently the creator was doxxed or some shit, and they announced it was canceled, be closed.
It befell the fate of web fishing, unfortunately, because web fishing also stopped its development because assholes doxed the dev. So.
Nah, that's real shitty.
That is shitty. You really hate to see like games that pick up steam like that just die because people are dicks. So, even the Fleetway comics, Robotnik literally became God. What? In the Fleetway comics, Chaos was a weird fish god creature. I mean, in the games, he also kind of becomes a weird fish god creature depending on how many emeralds he has. Because if it has 4 lovely emeralds, then he becomes like a fish creature, you know?
You know what's funny? Logan, you know what's funny about that? At least the Sonic the comic. The SA1 adaptation was like the last arc Sonic the comic did before it got canceled.
The SA1 adaptation?
What?
Because I remember the Archie books ended on the Unleash
Where
adaptation.
the heck's the Cheetos,
No, I mean like Sonic the comic, the UK one.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah,
also, Rob was on after this. The Game Crazy cases from back in the day alongside standard games just looked cheap.
Of course, we have to begin
Hold on. I need to look up goddamn Game Crazy cases.
While we have yet to review the N64 version,
this is like the
PlayStation
Knuckles panels
version
talk
did
about
not
where he
live
fights
up
like
to
another kid
expectations.
and this
The graphics are very disappointing,
and shit.
especially
like,
during
really
entrances.
funny to me.
But the character animations are well
Game
done.
Crazy was.
Some modes do not even have entrances. More than 4 players could be in the ring at
that
once.
means it's no longer in
Special
existence.
moves are not listed in the manual, but some are listed in the
When I look up Game Crazy case,
controls are okay, But the 400
I
plus
get
moves are not
various
easy to remember.
various
and have
card
no logical
games,
connection to
a
any
Crazy's
particular button.
House CD,
For example, the ass kisser move uses ups instead
and
of downs.
oh hey,
Still,
a
you
picture
can't
of
beat a
Hollywood
game that
Video.
offers this many options. We had a lot of fun creating.
Dude,
Oh wait, here it is.
Ladies fighting one skinny white turd.
Holy shit.
You don't get to do
Dude,
that
this
every
right
day.
here is the most 2000s game case I've ever seen. What?
And they tie up.
Hold on.
Player 3 obviously can't win the match that way.
Nah.
Hold on. I'm grabbing the fucking picture right now.
Oh, don't take it personal, son.
Who? I need to know who the fuck is saying Stone Cold's lines there.
What are they kissing? Oh no! Oh no!
I'll show you the goddamn Game Crazy box here real fast. Photo take. My favorite part about this is that the picture. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I don't want to spoil it just yet.
Okay.
Hawaiian Punch.
It's really powerful.
Why is Knuckles punching a druid version of himself?
I don't know.
Look at this right here.
Oh wow. Wow,
Right
I think I've
there's
seen that
Game
kind of
Crazy.
artwork before. I think I've seen that kind of artwork before.
I feel like I have too. But my favorite part of it is that it's a Game Crazy case, right?
Uh-huh.
This is like an incredible image because it's a Game Crazy case. It's for Eternal Darkness.
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Wait, hold on. It's a Game Crazy case. It has Eternal Darkness. It has a GameStop used sticker on it. It says photo taken at GameStop. And it's next to the Ed and Eddie Misadventures game.
Dude, there's like layers to this.
Dude, there's so many layers to this. It's like a fucking ogre, you know?
Yeah.
And this was apparently posted on a website called crackedrabbitgaming.com. What did that look like?
I'm not sure I want to know.
I almost want to ask you to look it up, but I'm not going to do that to you.
Here's the other Knuckles picture I want to show where Knuckles is talking to a like he's cracked out of his mind.
What is this? Hold on.
Talking to a floating head.
What is this? Hold on.
You look at he's high out of his mind.
I need to like. Hold on. What the fuck do you mean? Hold on.
What do
I'm
you
opening
mean?
this in a browser, so that way I could show it. Chat.
Also, look like the baseball.
Chat. What is this? What is this? Why does he look like that? And why does she look like that?
Why is he talking to a floating head?
Hollywood Video and Game Crazy cases went triple platinum at my house as a kid. Dude, did you also never return your Hollywood Video cases? Because I know I didn't.
Oops.
I guess now I own a copy of Madagascar 2 Escape to Africa on the PS2. But now it's just in a Hollywood Video case.
Because Hollywood Video's fucking dead.
And so is Family Video.
Yeah, that happened a few years ago.
Never returned the Blockbuster cases either. See, I never had a Blockbuster in my area. I always had Hollywood Video, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And up until recently, Family Video. But Family Video also died a death.
That if I remember, it was mainly because of the pandemic. If I remember,
It's because of the pandemic, and also because they started selling like CBD products at their stores.
Mm.
Do you know what CBD is, Zach?
No, I don't.
It's basically like a weed substitute.
Interesting choice.
I know. You know, go home and fucking fucking grab, fucking take your copy of, like, Ace Ventura Pet Detective home and pop in, you know, a little bit of fish oil, and then you're set.
Dude, you know what's crazy? With the death of Family Video, like, Redbox is literally, like, the only, like, video rental store thing
And Redbox stinks, too!
Yeah!
Like, they all stunk, dude. Well, no.
Mm-hmm.
No, they all didn't stink. But, like, out of all of them, Redbox is probably the stinkiest.
Yeah.
CBD isn't a weed substitute. CBD is weed. Well, like, half of weed, but still. I mean, that's why I call it a substitute. You know? It's basically... It's basically weed for states that don't have weed legalized. I.e., I live in Indiana, and I can't... And I'm either not conveniently located to Michigan, or I'm too lazy to go there.
Yeah. Oh, I remember, like, you told me you used to, like, come over here often to get you, like, to get.
I did, in fact, go over to Michigan a few times to get weed, but I've since stopped taking it. Redbox is dead in my Redbox is dead in my state. There is no video rentals anywhere here anymore. Same with me. I can't really think of any in my area. Dude. We both have... Dude, both teams have rock solid defense. This right here is a battle of who blinks first. You know?
Yeah.
Because we're at the bottom of the third and we still don't have anything.
I don't know, look, it's so crazy to me. It shouldn't be that crazy, but it's so crazy that, like, that Netflix even stopped, like, doing, like, their video rental service. Because that's what Netflix started out as before, like, the streaming service.
Yeah. 0-2.
Like, it was Netflix versus Blockbuster. I remember those kind of ads.
Mm-hmm. And it could have been Netflix and Blockbuster. But, like...
Slow roller.
You know, Blockbuster kind of got high off its own supply, and they didn't buy Netflix when they had the chance to. So...
Yep.
And then Netflix kind of ushered in the current hell world that we're living in now. So...
You know what's an even crazier fact, Logan, compared to have your mind blowing? Gamefly's still around.
Gamefly?
Yeah, it's still around.
Dude.
Which surprises me.
How? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Dude, when I think of Gamefly, I think of, like, the crustiest thing ever. What?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, wait, you're still around? Yeah, it's like they are, or maybe there aren't. But last I checked, they're still around. Oh, I'm gonna type them right now.
It's surprising, Dan, because so many services like that have went the way of the dodo in recent years. You know.
A privately held American online video game rental subscription service. It's still around.
Wait,
it's still around.
Wait, no way. Are we actually gonna score? Let's go! Holy shit. My aunt stole SVR07 on PS2 from Gamefly and got our whole neighborhood banned from using it?
Bro?
Dude, what? That's like crazy. What? You know what? Leave it to one person to fuck it up for everyone, I guess. Wow. But listen, out of all the SVR games, 07 is worth stealing. So, base. Yeah. Honestly,
wait, is that out here? Is that out here? No. But
that's a ground rule double, brother. We're on the board. Only took us 3 innings. I really hope that this doesn't mean the Padres are crumbling, dude.
These kids are.
I hope it doesn't turn into another 20-run game or some shit.
Because if we get to that point, I'm throwing again.
Yeah.
They have a runner on second, 2 outs.
So Logan, this is something I forgot about, but in 2009, Gamefly acquired the gaming news and community site Shack News, along with its download and stream video sites. And then they shut it down 2018.
Dude, really?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Gamefly has a new logo now, and so weird.
I just think it's really funny that listen. I've heard very crazy things on this stream. Right? I've heard very crazy things on this stream. Sometimes you told them to me. Sometimes people in chat have told me. I've never heard of an instance in where someone gets their whole neighborhood banned from using something. What?
Yeah.
What do you mean that your aunt? Oh, that may be out of here. Like, what do you mean that your? We have a game, ladies, gents, and they thems. Wow. Ladies and gentle thems, we have a game on our hands.
Look at the way Marky runs.
I know, right? He's a total baller. I love him.
Yeah. He's partially responsible for this tie.
He has like the Ed posture almost.
So Logan, you remember the old GameFly logo, right? With like the orange circle, what have you?
Sure.
To the back lettering that said like GF on it.
You'll never get a GF. Little does he know I already have a GF. Shows my GameFly box.
Got it. The throw to second.
Do you want to see what their new logo looks like? I'm just
Sure, Zach. Show me it.
All right, this
Or
is
try to show me it anyways.
Yeah, this is their new logo. It's like, oh, that's the logo you want with that. That just looks like a PlayStation controller.
I don't think that really looks like any type of controller. What I will say is that it looks bad.
It's bad.
What I will say is that it looks bad.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Kind of rancid, actually.
Rancid is a great word to describe it.
Yeah.
Hold on. Look at this chat. Still to this day, GameFly refuses to ship to our neighborhood. Fuck, they won't ship in like a 5-mile radius to my house. Dude, GameFly holds grudges. Never get on the bad side of the GameFly people, because they will never forget.
GameFly, look, it really is the Telltale GameFly will remember that, and I actually mean it.
Yeah. like Infinite's aunt decided I'm going to keep SVR07 because I really love to play as the boogeyman. And in her peripheral vision, she saw some text, right? It was like, GameFly will remember that. And then she was like, oh well. Boogeyman and Paul Burchill make me laugh. And then GameFly never serviced them again. And she never played SVR08, I bet. Which is honestly fine, because SVR08 is doo-doo. But...
Logan, this is crazy. I just found about this. 4K UHD discs offer superior audio and visual quality versus streaming. Your membership gives you access to new release and classic films. They offer discs for movies as well.
Filmfly.
Yeah, Filmfly. They pick up the Netflix slack.
If I wanted to use GameFly, I had to ship it out to my grandma's house. How far is your grandma from you?
The stretch and delivers.
Because that's insane. Dude, that's insane. I wonder how many people, like, try to order GameFly in your neighborhood, and then they couldn't do it because of your aunt. Like, that's insane to me. But, like, I don't know. Whenever I think of GameFly, I think of, like, crusty game boxes and Cheeto-stained fingertips. Yeah, that's right. I said it, homunculus. I'm calling you out here.
Halfway through the inning now.
Tied game, brother.
The Hornets are giving them a run for their money in this game.
Sure.
To be fair, I'm getting what I asked for. You know?
Yep, you wanted a fight.
I wanted a challenge, and I'm getting it.
From the windup and the delivery.
I would rather not talk about that, dude.
A long drive.
Dan.
He's out of there.
like 3.5 miles away, but it let me do it so long as I used her name for it. Okay, well, it's not like a terrible drive. It's not like your grandma lives out of state. Like, you live in, like, Colorado, and you gotta go down to, like, Wyoming, or rather go up to Wyoming to get yourself some, you know, 2K26 action.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like at that point it wouldn't be worth it. Like, not only is my neighborhood banned, my entire family... Dude, your bloodline has been cursed by goddamn Gamefly.
Gamefly will definitely remember that.
Dude, they definitely remember that. Forever.
So look, you want to hear about their membership plans, though?
Are they way too much? Are they doing too much?
Well, let's see. If you're on a budget, their budget plan is $9 for the first 3 months, and then $13 per month afterwards.
$13 a month
for ultimate game and movie rentals.
So, like, is it like unlimited rentals?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
it's one rental at a time.
Danhausen worked at Gamefly in 2006. I'm convinced.
Oh my lord.
You know what? I agree with that. That's based.
He's like in the makeup behind the counter and shit.
The Hornets are giving them a run for their money in this game.
Dude, I'm just...
Sorry to bring this up again, but I'm genuinely curious about the legality of Ken Penders being able to sell reprints of his Sonic games. How is that legally okay? What?
Wait.
His Sonic games? You mean the comics?
Yeah, I said, yeah, Ken Penders didn't make no game.
I'm going to assume that you mean the comics, and I'm going to tell you the reason why. It's because Archie lost the work-for-hire agreement that they signed Ken Penders to.
Yep.
And because Ken Penders isn't going to go, oh, well, hey, well, I guess I did sign a work-for-hire agreement. I will stop using these characters. Like, he's not going to do that, you know? So that's why, to this day, he's able to ride on the coattails of his previous success. And completely just shit all over Sega's, you know, like, IP protections. Aren't the Archie comics still technically owned by Sega? Yeah, but like he signed the deal with Archie and Sega, you know?
Yeah.
Tony Gwynn is the next batter.
I will say this, since IDW has like taken over like the comics, right? I imagine like all those Archie trade paperbacks and what have you are like go for like a pretty penny now, I imagine. Since they're like, I imagine, out of print and what have you.
I'm sorry, Zach, I was completely caught up in that fumble there. What did you say?
Jane Davis.
I was saying because IDW's taken over like the comic rights and what have you, I imagine all those Archie trade paperbacks and what have you are go for a pretty penny since they're like out of print and what have you.
A pretty penny that, like, listen, I said that I want to, you know, get the IDW paperbacks. I would like to own as much Sonic stuff as I can.
Yep.
I can take or leave owning the Archie stuff, if I'm being perfectly honest to you.
Yeah. Though I imagine owning like the UK Sonic the comic line is probably even more expensive. Like probably.
Is Homunculus okay after his digestion incident on Thursday?
And the throw. Swung on.
Well, you know, the medication is being processed.
He goes after it. Out.
Ideally, he'll be able to, you know, get on that anti-Cheeto prescription here soon. But we'll see.
So, Loki, you need to, like, actually lock in now.
I actually need to, like, play the game, huh? Okay, cool. Well, we can do that.
Okay, pitcher, give me
And it's like an actual competitive game. It's not like 10 runs and shit.
What is that strike zone? Dude, what is that control? That's so
small.
tight.
There's Shamal.
Popped it up.
Oh no, it's gonna get caught.
They're gonna catch that shit. Yep.
Yeah. They're not like the other. They're not like the other teams where they just watch it.
Pete's gonna need to pull one out here.
I was okay, but then I heard about the recent Street Fighter controversy and got sick again.
Dan, please
Bed
stop.
spec spage abd
Please
barf
stop.
barf barf sweet home Alabama
Just
bard
please
bard
stop.
hobid.
Into the windup and delivered. That was ball 2.
I don't want to talk about it.
Look at how they massacred the boy that I had no clue about.
There's a bunt.
Yeah. Yeah.
At least you could do a one-winged angel, and that's cool.
Yeah, that's cool. The only context people need is like the Maximilian video.
The Maximilian clip. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Low ball 1, and the count is 1-0.
Listen, he's okay if I just pretend he's Kenny Omega. You know?
Yeah.
Your pet needs to see a doctor about his digestion issues.
Ready now. Pitch on the way. That was
But
Marky, I'm gonna fucking kill you, dude.
But no, Logan, I'm so gently in shock that Gamefly is like actually still around. I thought they'd be dead by now.
I thought they'd be dead by now too, honestly. But you know what? They survive even though they're banned from, rather, even though, you know, Infinite's neighborhood is banned from using them.
I expect nothing less from the Sonic character of Infinite.
Dude, now we know what it takes to be Infinite. You gotta fucking steal SVR07. Again, honestly based because that's the best one.
Oh, who knew Infinite was
Whoa, look at Pete!
Whoa! Now I've seen double right there.
Pete's so fast that he's breaking like the laws of physics. Right there.
He's like Sonic over here. Whoa.
He's like cloning himself. I'm pretty sure that was in the Archie books too.
Oh, he's running slow now though.
No way! We tied it up, dude!
Woo! Take it right back.
Holy shit! We can actually win this.
Give up another run, and that's a double.
We actually have a game on our hands.
This kid's batting stance. Strong, but not too flat.
Finally, the competition is here.
Yep. And shit, not in your division.
It's not even in my division. Marky, what? Why? Stun on these hoes. So you got Sonic and comic books, which is cooler? A Southern Belle Cyborg Rabbit or the squirrel equivalent of Iron Man? Tangle the Lemur.
Yeah, remember, Logan still needs to be caught up, so to speak.
Well, I'm pretty sure these talk about the Archie books.
Oh.
Papa, these Cheetos taste funny. They taste sweet and spicy, but have no cheese. I think they are poison.
They just let it. Oh no, the brain's turned off.
Homunculus, the reason why you think that they're poison is one. Hold on, give me a second. I want to make this definitive.
He winds, and the offering. That was a ball. Runners on
Marky, are you getting tired?
Marky might be getting a little tired, yeah. These Cheetos taste funny. They taste sweet and spicy, but have no cheese. I think they are poison. I'm pretty sure dude, I'm pretty sure that the meds are making you mistake Takis for Cheetos.
A bouncing ball.
Send him screaming.
I think you need to have your eyes checked. Marky, why?
Marky, he doesn't know left from right.
Don't you dare fucking phone this in now.
I want to go home.
That's what he's thinking, yeah.
Kiss this one goodbye.
Alright, let's
I don't know,
see.
you're having a cold day. Juan.
I think he can do it. I think he can do it.
One.
I'm sorry? Will you do backyard baseball on baseball opening day? Is that Thursday? Zach.
And the count is 0-2.
When's opening day?
Yeah, when's opening day?
Oh, well, they switch pictures. They switch Marquee is no longer
But
a
Papa
menace.
the bag says Cheetos. For some reason to have this Madison be a lady on them. I think she's trying to assassinate me.
It's on the 26th. It's on a Thursday.
Well, then you better sleep with one eye open, homunculus.
Real slugger at the plate.
This one's going yard.
Hope I don't cash in. Nah, I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that to you. I'd be thinking about it.
What was that? We'll
What was that?
I don't know where that pitch was supposed to go, but it ended up on the wild side.
For some reason, they had this Madison beer lady on them. I think she's trying to assassinate me.
Swung on, hopped it up.
And we're curious, Logan, the very first game on opening day is the Pirates at the New York Mets, baby. On NBC.
Okay, but when is it?
It's a 1 p.m. game.
On what day?
On Thursday. I tell you, it's on Thursday, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, we can do baseball
Mario.
on that day. Sure.
Yeah.
We gotta face the Mets again, baby.
And the last game is gonna be Cleveland at Seattle at 10 p.m. A 10 p.m. game for us East Coasters.
Hi, Emil. How are you doing tonight?
Hello, Emil.
Hopefully you had a good Saturday.
Today, boy.
Although I know that you're in Europe, so it's probably already like
I like this kid
Sunday night where you are?
strong, but not too
Well, no, that would be Sunday morning. When early Sunday morning.
Oh boy, opening day, the Tigers are gonna go up against the San Diego Padres at 4 p.m. for the East Coast.
Are the White Sox playing any games or the Cubs?
From the wind-up.
Yes, the White Sox are playing at 2 p.m. at Milwaukee.
Oh, the Brewers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Father, I think I'm about to have violent diarrhea. Uh-oh. GLLRRBLL.
The Washington is playing
SPLT. BLBLBLBL. GRRRRR. Rapid blips BLRRRBLBL. SKT Google.
I feel like I need... Because if this is like the direction we're taking the homunculus now, where he just has irritable bowel syndrome, I need to redo the bot a little bit, you know? Because him just saying the things that are coming out of his ass, I mean, like, this right here is like lore accurate homunculus we're talking about, you know? Because with all the Cheetos that he's got, he's fucking got that IBS, or at least that elevated liver enzymes that the Big Show had.
Yeah. Bro, the homunculus.
That's gone. That's gone. Yeah. That's out of here.
Wow, look, dude, look at that green over there. The green spot.
Something's gotta get. I need to like get in contact with someone about updating my shit then. Or really make sure that the homunculus' shit is updated. Sunday night, yeah, 2 a.m. for me.
Wow.
And wouldn't that be Sunday morning? Like, early Sunday morning? Well, nonetheless, thank you for staying up with us. We got one more game here. So that he won't... Dude, I'm not gonna compensate anything to fix his constipation. Alright?
That was a slow one. Nobody out.
That was a slow one.
Strike 'em all out.
In the words of Little Brittle, he is incompetent at being continent.
And the delivery.
Oh, wait, Logan. I am technically wrong. Technically,
The best kind of wrong.
Technically, baseball starts on the 25th on Netflix with the Yankees versus the Giants.
Okay, Zach, give me the 2026 rundown for how to watch all the games in this goddamn league.
He winds the pitch.
Well, oh yeah.
Just give it to me. Just give it to me straight, Doc.
Oh, dude, you remember that baseball video I showed you? The guy.
Yes. Yes, I remember like all of the fucking things you need to pay for in order to watch every game. But like,
and now you add Netflix to that as well.
Now you add Netflix to that. Now, granted, I don't think the average fan is expected to watch every single game. I think they're expected to watch, the games with the teams they're interested in. Like,
yep.
I would watch like, the White Sox and the Cubs games. But I wouldn't watch the games that have, I don't know, like
Netflix, Apple TV.
I don't know, like the Mariners in them.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. I would probably watch the Mariners too, because I would like for them to have their comeback. Well, I wouldn't say comeback because they never came, but come in, I'll call it, for them to have their come in.
The only that sucks about watching a team like the Mariners is that they're on the West Coast, so 7 p.m. start time for them is like a 10 p.m. start time for us.
Hmm.
You may say like late at night watching those type of games.
I mean, unless I move to Seattle. But,
yeah, move to the West Coast, like California or something.
Dude, the Cubs were on some Hornets type shit over here. Look at this.
Wow.
They absolutely decimated the bombs. Or the bombers, I should say. The Melonheads and the Blue Jays were crazy. They were cooking over here, it looks like.
Oh, look, I just remembered. We also have a little something for like the after show as well.
We do, don't we?
Yeah. Oh, into that later.
But before we do that, we need to get past the Cubs, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, but beat the team your family wanted you to be interested in.
Either that, or we take a break from the game and watch the video. I think that would actually be good.
Because it's like 50 minutes.
Because it's like 50 minutes, and also I don't want to do 3 games back to back like this. So, mods ban the homunculus from eating Cheetos because he has like IBS and stuff. I get it. Listen, it's a crippling condition. He can't help it. At least that's what he'll tell you.
Uh-huh.
But I know better. I live with him. I've got to live with him. Anyways, chat, we're going to take a little bit of a break here, okay? And then when we come back, we're going to take a bit of a detour from the game here. And then we're going to watch this little video that Zach sent me.
Yeah, because it was in my recommend feed. I was like, ooh, this seems interesting.
We're ranking all 30 ballparks in the MLB.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
Just off of vibes, I think. I don't really know like what criteria he's ranking them on, but I would like to see. So we're gonna be checking that out. But first, I want to get a bit of food. So
yeah. You go get the food. I'll explain more later.
Okay, cool. All right, chat. I'll see you in a little bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. We're gonna be changing gears here, into a YouTube video because Zach sent me this thing recently because at the start of the last stream of Backyard Baseball, we sort of looked over, like all of the MLB fields, or rather like some of the MLB fields that were that were on, the pretty or just kind of unique side. Zach sent me this 50-minute video in response to that.
Yeah, because it was my recommended video. I'm just like, oh, all right, bet. And it's recent as well.
It's a pretty recent one. This is like a 50-minute video. This was put up 2 weeks ago. And we're going to watch it. And we're going to kind of see, which ones are the best ones. Because I'm honestly kind of curious. I don't really know too much about, the fields besides the ones that we've seen on the stream. So I'm a little curious to see what's out there.
I will say there are some baseball fields where it shows the dome closed. So for those of you probably still have to look at the fields itself where it's like open and shit. The dome is like not close. Yeah.
All right, cool. Let's check it out. But hold on.
Whoa.
Oh.
Oh, white guy.
Suddenly a white man.
Okay, settle in because this video is pretty comprehensive. I'm about to rank all 30 Major League Baseball stadiums for 2026.
And this dude has been to like the majority of baseball fields as well.
In 2020, but some stadiums have changed. My technology has changed. I'm going to telestrate our way through this. I've got great aerial footage of every single ballpark. I'm going to give you some positives and negatives of all the ballparks, and I'm actually not going to rank them 1 through 30. I'm going to put them in several different categories here. I've got 7 cathedrals. I've got 7 modern hits. I've got 11 MLB ballparks that are safe and
Oh my
basic.
god, he's got like the sport drawing thing.
Swing.
Yeah.
You see what I've done here with the baseball term. Swing and a miss, safe, hits, and we all know what a cathedral is. That is a ballpark of Major League Baseball that is simply never going to be replaced. These are iconic locations, and that's where we will begin. Cathedrals are ballparks that should last forever. And sometimes they're super old. Sometimes they're even a little bit more new and recent. But these are ballparks that should last the rest of our lifetimes and several generations beyond that.
The Giants field needs to be on there, right?
Tradition and their history. And let's begin on the north side.
Wrigley. Oh, yeah, of course.
Yes,
Wrigley Field.
Into the neighborhood here of Wrigleyville. And that's kind of the cool thing is that it's houses, and then, just a Major League Baseball park that's sitting there in this residential community.
That's honestly kind of really cool.
This is that
I like
you
that.
expect Wrigley Field to be there. Certainly in the future of baseball and professional sports, they will never build a stadium like this in a location. I've always loved the center field bleachers and that traditional manual scoreboard. They've added the 2 LED screens in recent years. Heck, they only recently added lights within the last probably 30 years or so. This was one of the last big league ballparks.
That's crazy. Were they playing in the dark then?
Games there.
Yeah,
it's a great neighborhood situation. It has been recently renovated. They added this big fan pavilion on the third base side. They're doing a lot here with the different condos and apartments out in the outfield so you can view from outside the stadium. All of that has been done tastefully. They didn't change the look or feel. But yeah, the elements of Chicago in the summer outdoors, and nobody can blame that on Wrigley Field, like the White Sox deal with that too. But sometimes it is rough to go attend a midsummer game, thunderstorms, or you never know what to expect, and limited tech at Wrigley Field. If we do have to pick out some negatives here, which every ballpark's going to get this treatment, limited tech. Like, they've only just recently added these 2 video screens. When I went there for the very first time back in the early 90s, this was a ballpark with no Jumbotron. When something happened, you're looking for the replay, there was no screen. And this is the early 90s. Hard to fathom. They don't have LED ribbons. They don't have a lot of the bells and whistles and lighting effects that newer ballparks.
So yes, they're kind of playing the dark.
Wrigley Field is a big league cathedral. It's one of the longest tenured big league parks up to this point. I know it's going to last several generations farther now because of the upgrades they've done. Okay, up next is another no surprise contestant here. Fenway Park in Boston. It's just like Wrigley Field. It's the American League version of Wrigley Field. And it's kind of cool that each league has one of these cathedrals.
Oh, that red seats.
Fenway Park is
Look at
beautiful.
that Soup
It's
Bowl
iconic.
right there.
The history, the vibes, the color, like that Fenway green, which like clashes really with the Red Sox red. I mean, the seats are as red as can be.
I'm a fan of that,
Fenway green that we see all over the place, including the Green Monster. I mean,
the Green Monster.
And how baseball is special with unique field dimensions of every stadium, but how this
reminds me of like the Tokyo Dome field a little bit.
Couldn't peek in and watch games for free, and now it's become a tradition of baseball.
That's crazy.
One over the Green Monster in left field. If you've ever
they originally built that so people could not watch games from the outside for free.
There's just something extra special about going to a Red Sox game. On the negative side, it was built for a smaller generation of people, of human beings. We're like, you have to sit cramped like this, making your way through the concourse or aisleways. I mean, it's like literally this wide. You're going sideways the entire time. If you go there for a day game in the summer where it's hot and humid and people are sweating all over each other, it's not great. I would also say that if you're in one of these sections down here, I mean, your seat is basically facing straight to the outfield and not more of this direction. It's not the best sightlines in the world. But again, this ballpark was designed
fucking neck cramps
in the 1900s. So
yeah,
what
right,
exactly?
yeah.
So you're gonna be rubbernecking that whole fucking time that you're
Generally, it's
there.
all positives from me. I love Fenway Park. This is definitely one of my cathedrals. Okay,
yes.
More of a modern cathedral.
Yes, this is the best one. I love this.
Bay. Right here is McCovey Cove, beautiful marina. You're about to see off in the distance over there. The Bay Bridge, the skyline of San Francisco in the background. Eventually, the Golden Gate Bridge, you probably won't see it, but it's over there. If this camera were aimed differently, like you would be seeing the Golden Gate, it is so scenic. This is so beautiful. And I've obviously been here many times living in Northern California. The Bay views, the downtown spot, the fact that what this used to be was pretty barren and unused, and it was from the shipping world, and it was not a safe neighborhood to be in. And now all of this has been built up because the ballpark moved in, and now the Giants have done this development across the way at McCovey Cove on the other side of it. Yeah, in San Francisco, sometimes the coldest part of the year is the summer, if you can believe it. You get the fog ripping in from the Pacific Ocean because of the fog, and the change of temperature does get a bit windy. Some other people also complain that the seats up in the top deck are a bit farther and higher than they should be, farther away and higher than most other modern Major League ballparks. I do get that criticism. I do understand that. But I'll also say, if you're sitting on this side over here, like this side, the right field, down the right field line, and you have that view of the bridge and the bay and the East Bay Hills, it is pretty tremendous. So far and high do have some disadvantages for watching the game, but in terms of soaking in the scenery, those are actually positives. Okay, another older but not.
I mean, I said it last time that, like,
Fenway Ballpark.
That's the kind of field where, like, when someone hits a ball out of the park, that's like an event, because it's going either into the street or into the ocean, depending on which way it went, you know?
I love it when the hits into the water. Like, it's so cool.
Like that, like that's fucking awesome. Like there's no way that you could tell me that's not awesome.
And I know Giants fans aren't going to want to see this one following their park, but Dodger Stadium is a cathedral of Major League Baseball. And it really is the upkeep of Dodger Stadium, which, by the way, has a tremendous view of the downtown LA skyline. You can also see here when this camera pans all the way around here, when it kind of moves all the way around.
It's like up on a hilltop. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't really, if you're standing in that parking lot, you can't really see that a stadium is right there. It is very much built into the terrain. Dodger Stadium is so well kept. It's got a great downtown view, like I said. Good sight lines. This ballpark was specifically built only for Major League Baseball. Unlike a lot of other stadiums that were constructed in this era, all those multi-purpose stadiums, that's not what Dodger Stadium was about. It was always about baseball, built for that, and it remains a pretty good experience. And what, 60,000 capacity, 56,000?
Yeah, it's not very walkable.
So a huge stadium. Parking and traffic.
Not unless you like hiking up a mountain.
Here, it is terrible getting up that hill. There's not as many access roads as necessary, and you're funneling everybody through single lanes and double lanes to get up into this great parking lot. I mean, it's huge, but the problem is that many people, that many cars, when they all come in or disperse, it is an absolute disaster, and there's pretty much no other way to get up this hill from like downtown Los Angeles than to drive. It's not walkable. There are some public transportation options.
There's just one way in there.
You're getting into and out of Dodger Stadium, and then also there's the criticism that Dodger fans show up in the third inning and leave by the seventh anyway. So, again, Dodger Stadium, though, still to me in the cathedral category of Major League parks here in 2026. Petco Park also in Southern California falls into this cathedral category. This may be one of the more recent ballparks to as well go in with Oracle Park of San Francisco. It is the location here. And they took an entire warehouse district right next to downtown, and all of this got built up because of the ballpark, including that Omni Hotel, which has that little walkway right there. A lot of teams stay in
Yep, I see it. Yeah, I see that walkway. Literally, the hotel is connected to the ballpark.
You've got the gas quarter over here, which is basically a nightlife and entertainment zone, and that is right next to the ballpark. People pregame it there. They postgame it there. So many good things about Petco Park. The integration with downtown San Diego, the perfect climate. Never too hot. You're never cold during night games. This is an unbelievable situation, and all this development in center field and beyond has happened because of this ballpark. You've got the convention center right there. Super easy to get to. Sometimes there is a little bit of traffic. Parking isn't necessarily
very nice.
perfect. There's no big lots. The criticisms are that Petco Park is so good that it's too social, that you kind of get lost in where you're at and not actually paying attention to the baseball game. Maybe that's the ultimate compliment, is that the park is so good it's entertaining. And there also is some criticism about seat angles that don't have the best sight lines. I don't know about that.
Imagine
I think
the complaint being that the park is too good.
Like that.
Yeah.
The warehouse, which has been integrated in the left field area, the Western Trading Materials Building. Again, they tried to do so much here. It's not going to be perfect, but that is kind of what makes it unique, is that it's not exactly that perfect modern feel. It does have some legacy to it. It does have some unique characteristics. Nobody's sitting behind a post or anything like that, but that's a pretty harsh criticism, I feel like, maybe bad sightlines. Oriole Park at Camden Yards, also falling in the cathedral category. And if we're being honest here,
wait, why do we have two? Oh, wait, is that a football field over there too?
Next generation of
yeah.
ballparks. And if we're being honest,
that's literally right next door.
Here, this
literally across.
Set the tone for a next generation of ballparks. When this one was put up with the warehouse in right field in the early 90s, everybody was talking about this brand new ballpark that had kind of that old school look. The brick facade, the dark green seats. Instead of having all these circular stadiums which were built for baseball and football, they built a baseball-only stadium that really looked like a throwback old school baseball stadium. This was the original retro. And for every Coors Field or Busch Stadium or everybody that copied Camden Yards, like, this was the absolute original. And the warehouse, the fact that they integrated that original, is it like a train yard? Yeah, because there's the train tracks, a train warehouse. Like, the fact that they integrated that into the ballpark design.
Isn't this the ballpark where, like, trains will literally, like, go across it?
That's the Houston Astros field.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I like that gimmick. I want more ballparks to have trains going through them.
The easy thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
They fixed it up. They included it as part of their ballpark experience. I get it. Camden Yards is now 35 years old. Hard to believe. I feel like it just opened, but again, I'm old too. So it does probably need a second round of renovations and updates and upgrades to give it another 35 years of life. A lot of people say that there's not enough shade or shelter in this ballpark for when it gets hot or in the summertime when a thunderstorm rolls through. Again, I think those are pretty harsh criticisms. But Camden Yards, to me, easily in the cathedral category. PNC Park, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, home of the Pirates, which is rough because on the field, they haven't been a great team ever since they moved into PNC Park. Not the fans, but in terms of the fan experience, my goodness. Riverside in Pittsburgh, you've got the
I love this look.
I love this look too. This is great.
March across that bridge to come to games. I mean, just the view is exceptional looking out to right center field. And the fact that you've got the baseball stadium here, you've got the football stadium over that way, and then the hockey arena is on the other side of the river. It's kind of up the hill, more on the other side of downtown. But the fact that they've got this stadium district, like where Three Rivers used to be, and they built separate stadiums for both of their teams, it is just fantastic. Again, it feels a little bit like a carbon copy of Oracle Park, with the right field cut short, and you really don't see balls hit into the water here of the river like you do at Oracle Park in San Francisco, baseballs hit into the bay. It's not so much copying that part of it, but I think they were exceptional here with PNC Park. I forgot to name the big factors here. The backdrop, the fact that it is small and it feels intimate. I think that's tremendous. Yeah, terrible teams, but that's not reflective of the ballpark experience. That contrast of great ballpark.
What's the worst part about it? The team fucking sucks.
Maybe I should have picked the Pirates in backyard baseball.
Winning record.
Give them something to live for, you know.
Get closer to 2030, this park probably is due for some sort of refresh. I went there for regular season games. I've been here for an all-star game. I can definitely see why you want to redo some things. You want to put in a new scoreboard. You want to do some new bells and whistles. But overall, the reason why this is a cathedral is because of its location. That brings me.
So I'm going to actually skip ahead, right? Because I'm curious about the swings and misses right here.
The ones that suck ass.
Yeah.
A bad ballpark. Be replaced. It's not the worst offender of being a bad ballpark. Speaking of that, we're about to get into the swing and a miss category. Now, if I'm talking about your stadium in this category, maybe there should be some insult with it, or maybe you agree with me. And Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona, like, I'm not saying anything bad about the location. You're right downtown. You're right next to the, what I'll call America West Arena, the Footprint Center where the Suns play, where the Coyotes used to play. You're downtown Phoenix, which is fine. But when I go to this region, I like hanging out in Scottsdale. I wish this ballpark were somewhere else. That's fine. Downtown Phoenix is not the worst spot. It's not like
Fuck
out in
Phoenix,
Glendale.
Arizona.
So the location is one thing. And
Is
we'll
what
get
I'm
to more
hearing.
negatives in a second. I guess a good side is that you're not in the worst spot, but you're not in the best spot either. You get to escape the heat, right? But that's also a negative. See, these are quick positives. Let's just get right to the negatives. The problem is this ballpark is dated to the 90s. It needs a refresh. It needs something new, and it's falling apart. They literally could not open and shut this roof until recently with people in the stadium because they were worried if they operated the roof, that stuff would fall and somebody could get hurt. That's one part of it. The other challenge they had for a long time was that there was a leak somewhere in the roof that dripped literally right over the pitcher's mound. That's not good. And also, the air conditioning wasn't working up to the point that it should. Like, people were going indoors to escape the heat of Chase Field, and the air conditioning wasn't fully functional. All of these things.
So, like, you're in there with all those people, right?
Uh-huh.
It's trapping air, you know?
Yeah.
It's like a sauna, I imagine, in that ballpark when the AC's not working.
Fact that's falling apart as well. You fucking yikes.
Ouch. Yes, exactly.
By the way, I'm putting this in the swing and a miss category. All of these things can change. And I think they are about to pump in some serious money and effort into this ballpark. And I do think it's going to see better days. I think this ballpark is going to get out of this category and go into the safe and basic category, at the very least, in the very near future. So I will say that upside for Chase Field. Sutter Health Park in West Sacramento.
I guess all the California parks can't be winners.
Because
this is not fair.
This is a minor league ballpark.
It
was built as a minor league ballpark. And it's got some cool things. It's got the river right there. It's got the Tower Bridge, which you're about to see swing into the distance here, which connects you right there to downtown Sacramento, which is that way. Golden One Center's that way. The lawn area, the clubhouses in left field. Nothing about this is a big league ballpark, but that's not a knock against this facility. It was meant to be a minor league ballpark. It's riverfront. It's very intimate. I want to also be very specific here. It's intimate, but it's
like, who plays
here
then?
The high level feel of a big league intimate ballpark.
The A's temporarily.
Small. It's a
the what?
The A's.
Minor league ballpark that a major league team is squatting on for a couple years. It's not MLB caliber. It's got the very temporary vibe. If you're from Sacramento, you come here and you're watching the A's for a time period. You're watching something as a novelty. They're sleeping on your couch, and then they're going to leave you too. And I'll tell you, if you're a Sacramentan, look at all that land right there. A ballpark right here.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
That's where you do a brand new major league ballpark if you were going to build one. I'm not holding this against Sacramento or even West Sacramento. I'm just saying the fact that baseball looked at this and said, even for 3 years, oh, this is a great idea. I don't think they ever thought it was a great idea. This was the lowest bar possible. And they said, fine, you can live just above that lowest bar for this temporary situation.
Take it to Las Vegas.
This one was going to fall in that category. It shouldn't even be considered. But it has to be because of the situation.
Again, another California stadium.
Angel Stadium in Anaheim. Now, I do have higher hopes. By the way, you just saw Honda Center disappear off in the distance. And they're also not...
Wait, what is this?
They're doing motocross there.
Yeah, they were doing motocross there.
Stepping up to the motocross mound is Shohei
Ohtani. Beautiful baseball diamond there. There usually is.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah,
it was like zooming in here. I thought that like an earthquake passed through for a second. I was just like, wait, what the fuck is this?
Motocross.
Now the Angels Stadium now available on the PS2.
This is an old ballpark. Used to be multi-purpose. Used to go all the way around like this, and they put the football field that way. In the early 2000s, the Angels paid for all this renovation, that brand new front, the Angels helmets out front. But yeah, there's all this parking lot area. So now we're getting into a ballpark that was old, that was renovated, but a long time ago, and it's not surrounded by anything. You drive there, it's car culture, and there's so much more opportunity. There's some nice things. You get some great mountain views and lots of parking if you need it. But in terms of the experience, it's old, it's outdated. I say there's no identity. I get it. The big A is off in the distance, but
what are you talking about? The players are playing on a motocross field. That's identity. like you're out here throwing right hooks to the batter. Meanwhile, the guys on the right to you doing fucking wheelies and like tricks in the air.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That'd be a hell of an identity for a ballpark, dude. That's like some Mario Superstar Baseball.
Yeah, it would be.
What, left center field, more center field. It just
and they're doing like triple splits in the air on their fucking motocross bike while you're throwing right hooks.
It's time for something new, and I know that the Angels have been trying to acquire all this land and do something special with it and totally overhaul the ballpark again, but I don't know if they're capable of doing that. I don't know if Anaheim's ready for that, if Orange County's ready for that, or if the team is even capable of that project. Okay, Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida. And you know what? Rays fans right now are probably actually thrilled to be going back to a swing and a miss ballpark, because last year they were in the temporary stadium of George Steinbrenner Field over in Tampa. They had to play outdoors in the summertime because of the roof here at the Trop. You know, it got totally ripped off a while back with Hurricane Milton. So they just spent $60 million to repair the roof and all the water damage inside. They're going back for a couple more years until maybe they build something brand new over in Tampa. I get it. Like, this stadium has never been great. It's always been one of the worst too. It's now not the worst because of the Oakland situation, but there's never a rain out here. That's good. And there's plenty of parking. I suppose that's always an easy default good thing. But it's just an awful design. It was built for anything. It was built to be a multi-purpose venue. It was built before they even knew the Rays existed. They were trying to lure in other big league teams to relocate here. They couldn't. They eventually got the Rays, and they could play hockey here. They could play basketball here. They could do anything here, but now they've played baseball there. The tarped seats, I feel like with everything going on, it's just like the icing on the cake of things that sting. This ballpark isn't that big, but the Rays crowds sometimes are also not that big, so they've got to tarp off seats. It's just, it's an unfortunate look. The roof isn't even high enough for some fly balls that hit the A ring or the B ring.
Balls can actually hit the roof on this building.
Find their forever home.
They can hit the roof.
Glad they have the Trop.
Yeah, they can hit the roof. Yeah.
South side of Chicago. Now, on the north side, the Cubs have what I think is, as I told you, one of baseball's cathedrals. Rate Field on the south side here, it just missed out by a little bit. It missed out because it was right before Camden Yards. It didn't have the old school brick facade of a throwback ballpark. It kind of does. You could see like they were just starting to go there, but Camden Yards really leaned into it. And by the way, old Comiskey Park was right over there. They built the new one right across the way. There's the Dan Ryan, and downtown Chicago's that way. They should have pointed the ballpark that way to have a great view of the Chicago skyline. It is magnificent from literally this spot, but they didn't do that. Kind of crazy. It was built specifically for baseball. It was built by baseball architects, and they've got great Chicago food. I suppose that's always a default here of going to a stadium in a great food city. Great food at the ballpark as well. It is so
probably costs you an arm and a leg, though.
Like a neighborhood or neighbors or something inviting in the surroundings. They built
does look really generic.
And I get it right now. This team is talking about building a ballpark at a place called the 78, which is on the South Loop. It is immaculate, right on the Chicago River. You could do a water taxi from downtown to the ballpark. It'd be great. But this neighborhood was chosen because it's where the old neighborhood was, and right next to the train tracks and right next to the freeway. It is sandwiched in between, like I said, nothing inviting pre or post game. So it's kind of like you go out here, you take the train, you take the L out here, and that's it. You watch the game and then you come back. It lacks a before and after environment.
Aw.
So there you have it. Those are my rankings.
Yeah.
It took a while.
I love the White Sox was the last one.
The very last one is, dude, I just keep taking L's. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I just keep taking those L's. And you know what? I'll fucking keep doing it.
As someone that has seen the stadium, because I'm a Tigers fan, so obviously I've seen him play there on TV. It looks so fucking generic. It does not stand out in any way.
Aw, well, listen, man, it's trying. Okay, give it a pat on the back next time you see them. Well, speaking of Chicago, I'm ready for the next one. That was a nice break, but I'm ready for the next one here. Oh, God. Ahmed, what happened, man? Hold on. I need to share my thing with you again. Hold on.
If you're curious, by the way, Loki, he put the Tigers in the modern hits, so to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, Comerica Park.
Look at Ahmed. What happened to him?
What happened?
He has...
Oh, shit. Whoa, what did happen to you? What the fuck?
I mean, like, dude, not only is he very slow now, but we're on, like, the sandy, field, which is just the pits. Dude, Java Crit is also on an off day? You gotta be kidding me.
Wait, how's Kenny doing? Oh, he's normal. Okay, I thought he would hate it here because of all the sand and shit.
So I'm actually gonna put Ahmed down a little lower. Jacinda can go 6th. Ahmed 7th. Java 8th. And Kenny at 9th since he's pitcher. Okay, cool. Who do we have? Sammy Sosa. And Gretchen Hasselhoff. Okay.
Sammy Sosa, who may or may not have been on the juice.
He's got that style serum in him. And that's why he's gonna bring us a big fight here in this game.
Along with Sunny Day, welcoming you again to Backyard Baseball.
I just said that, Minnie.
I know, but I think I said it better, with more pizzazz.
Pizzazz.
The Humongous Hornets and the Chicago Cubs. Whatever these kids
The Chicago Cubs logo is so nostalgic to me.
It's been a great
Because my family was always a Cubs family, so...
Oh, dude, I bet they were so ecstatic when they finally won the World Series in 2016.
Dude, Dad stayed up so late. I remember. I remember being locked in for it too, even though I wasn't a baseball guy, but I wanted to see if they could do it, you know?
It really was a story because Cleveland had the series advantage 3-1. It's like, oh, Cleveland's totally gonna win this, and the Cubs came back and won like the rest of the games.
The comeback story of the year.
Yeah,
it's great,
dude. Cleveland choked that so hard.
What a story, Mark.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna run the ad here, and then we'll get going on this. Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're going up against the Cubs, y'all.
Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dude?
After these messages.
Oh my god. While the grapples aren't as good in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, the game certainly
Logan,
comes
you know
out
how
swinging,
you asked me earlier
so
about
Henry's
all the
long-awaited second
baseball?
adventure begins with him and Lord Capon
There's an actual
being
list.
sent to the gallows.
There's a
after getting
list
into a
of
fight
all
with
the
a couple
things
of
that you need
nasty
to buy
ruffians.
into.
Yeah,
While
I looked
there,
at the 2026
Capon
Major
lets
League
loose
Baseball
on
season
Henry.
on Wikipedia.
Not even his dog
and
is
list
safe from
all the
serious
streaming
horse
parts.
tongue lashing.
Save it for
It's
when we're back,
ridiculous.
Okay.
Capon is one of the game's few love interests, and if you've watched our show long enough, you know I had to go with him. We can't show the sloppy wet kiss they share,
trying my best
but you
right
know
now,
how much
Zach,
we
to
love
not-
upsetting parents out there.
to not get
We assure you,
fast food
it's an
after the
incredible
stream
sight.
tonight.
Anyway,
Oh,
no
the
amount of
temptation,
pro punching
it's
can
alluring,
take the
isn't it?
game's uniqueness. It sacrifices a lot for the sake of immersion, including an intuitive combat
McDonald's or whatever have you.
Slow,
probably going to be
fighting
McDonald's
that
because
seems to
that's
give
what's
you the
open
short
tonight.
end of the stick more often
McDonald's
than not.
like doing
The controls
the
are
devil
very
whispering in your ear or some
and
shit.
responsive.
I
And the world
recognize
reacts
all of
not
the
just to
people
your
that work
actions in
there
combat,
in the,
but in conversations too.
in like the late hours.
There's a lot of talking in the game.
Not
God's
because I'm
sake.
there often, but because
we had a lot of fun trying to impress
it's
some
not really a
wenches with a
rotating door.
well-timed poop
The people
joke.
that were there 2 years
Everyone
ago are the
knows
same people that are
feces
there
are
now.
funny. And in that area, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, well, delivers.
So yeah, I'm trying my best. The Lord is testing me right now. Okay. Yeah. God is testing me.
You're trying to be seductive to you right now.
And I will promise you that I will try to pass. I can't give you more than that. I can't give you more than that. Being healthy is hard, Zach. It's very hard.
Yeah, it really is.
It's very, very hard, but I'm trying my best out here. Okay.
It's like because on one hand I could make something nutritious for myself. It's like healthy. But on the other hand, man, McDonald's.
Man, I like burger.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
I wanted to. Hey, welcome back to Raw. Let's do this.
So, chat. During break, I told Logan there's an actual list. There's an actual list of all the streaming services for baseball. It's gonna be for this season.
There are many. Many.
Many.
So, like, it's a thing where, like, if you want to follow a certain team, you just need to subscribe to one service? Or are they, like, broken up between multiple?
Oh, boy, it's complicated. Normally, it's just one service for like one team. Like MLB, MLB TV is what it's called. MLB TV is it's time for that. Follow my team, what have you. But then you have, but unless it's some shit like Netflix or Apple TV, or just like, hey, we got some exclusive rights every weekend. You want to watch your team, gotta be on our service as well.
We'll give you a service that you can be on Netflix.
Good pitch to go on.
Yeah, because Apple TV does MLB games like every Friday or what have you. It's always set in schedule. I said, so if the Tigers play on this night, I can't use MLB TV. I got forced myself to pay for like Apple TV or what have you, or sail the high seas to watch them.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude. You have Apple TV. You have fucking Netflix. I bet that you also have HBO Max too. Maybe.
Yeah, they sure do. Yeah. HBO Max. You have Peacock as well.
Peacock.
Uh-huh.
They just have their fingers in all the pies, huh?
Uh-huh.
They probably have like Amazon TV. I wouldn't be shocked if Disney Plus was on there too.
No, they don't have Amazon Prime or Disney TV. It's Fox One, which got cable and shit. ESPN, HBO Max, Peacock, Apple TV, and Netflix. Like, bro, there's so many. The one thing LB stopped doing that I'm so mad about, they stopped it. It's been a few years since they stopped doing this, but you know what they used to do? YouTube would actually have a MLB free game of the week that'd be like every Wednesday. It'd be like one game, and that was like super cool and stuff. I was like, oh shit, a free game of the week type shit. They can watch on YouTube.
Hello, Mario.
Whoa! We got Max. I mean Monopoly Plus. I mean Paramount. Paramount Plus. Sorry. It's gonna be Paramount BO Max here soon. I bet. Paramobio Max or whatever the fuck it is. Hi there, Grady. How you doing, by the way?
Yeah, it's funny. Look at last season. MLB was also on the Roku channel as
It
well.
was on the Roku channel.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, some games ooh. That, oh,
wow, Juan Gonzalez.
Run, Pablo, run.
That's your goat, huh, Zach?
That's my goat.
Vinny the Gooch loving that.
I'm loving that too, Vinny.
Safe at first.
Yeah, the problem is that when the balls hit the sand, when the balls hit the sand in this field, they lose all their speed.
Yeah.
Like, it's all gone.
Wait, look.
I'm saving that.
No, look, I have a funny idea. She says she always talks about it. You should say it for just in the
time for a home run. Brother, now's the fucking time.
Yeah.
1-1.
Wow me. But yeah. Hi, Dark Raven. How are you doing tonight? Hopefully you had a good day.
But no, certain games used to be on the Roku channel last year where you need to have Roku to watch certain games. Crazy.
You know what's also on the Roku channel?
What?
WWE Evolve.
Oh, Jesus.
I know. That right there is the draw. God damn it.
I'm running.
Like, even like the high balls or like the flyers like that, they don't stay on the ground very long. Or like they don't stay like, you know, up in the air very long because the sand just sucks all of the momentum out of them. Alright. Here we go. Oh, Evolve's on Tubi. Okay. NWA is on the Roku channel.
Oh, goodness.
Goodness.
And delivers. That was a ball. 1-1.
Well, listen.
Yeah,
just like add another feather to Tubi's cap in that case, because it's got Evolve, it's got Ed and Eddie. It's got...
This your time.
From the stretch, a 2-1 pitch.
Yeah! She finally hit her home run.
She did it! She fucking did it! Oh!
At the building.
Aloha means goodbye, baby.
Woo! She hit her home run.
I never heard this part of her music before. I never heard the doot-doot-doot-doot-doot-doos.
Yep. You really only hear it in their character profile.
I know.
Ooh.
What is Long Boy Wrestling? At 1,000 Twitch followers. That's when it is.
Yep. Yo, Loki, have it again as well. Holy shit.
I can use it again, but I'm gonna use it for like when the bases are loaded.
And the offering.
Ooh.
Ground ball up the first base.
Ronak. Oh, goodness gracious.
Listen,
oh, my
brother.
goodness.
Yeah.
Even with that misplay, he still got out.
Even with that error, he still got out.
Lucky stepped in.
And Java Crypt is the drizzling shits today, so...
More so than usual.
Aw. I mean, you're right, but You're right, but you didn't have to say it like that.
You're like the March meme right now. So you don't have to say it. It's true, but you have to say it.
The wing. A bouncing ball.
The dribbler.
Caps on those taters.
And she's out.
Ooh,
Bro,
she's slower than the tectonic shifts of the universe. What?
She don't feel like playing today.
Kenny has a
I mean, if you don't want to play, you can just sit it out. I'll have this be an 8-on-9 match.
crazy ball.
On re-edition. Steps up.
This kid is
I don't care.
to lead it off.
Damn, 5 runs in the first inning. Let's go.
5 runs in the first inning. Let's see if the Cubs can step it up.
Throws it. The wing.
Judging bait. Whoa.
Ah!
He goes over.
Dude, that's a big ass outfield as well in that part.
What a statement, dude.
Yeah.
If he wants,
dude,
okay,
dude, this is gonna be
yeah.
inside the park. This is an inside the park.
That's
right here.
easy
Yeah.
inside the park. Wow.
What a first pitch that was.
That was a flex, dude.
Yeah.
Trying to get something for the team.
With nobody out.
That right there was a flex.
Dude, that outfield on that part is so fucking large. Holy shit.
Yeah, the outfield on this park is death. It is not good. Because like it's really only for like fielders like with good arms. If you got guys out there that can't hurl the ball out from the outfield, what's going to happen is that they're going to try to throw it, it's going to go limp, and then it's going to, like, just die in the sand. Lather, rinse, repeat until they get it over there again.
And even having a speed character up there is going to help much because the fucking sand lowers your speed so much.
Oh, nice from Juan Gonzalez, though.
Let's go. But, oh no, Santos is on fire today.
Dude, he's juiced up.
He's on the juice today. Oh no.
He's juiced up today. We gotta be careful.
Here's the motion. Pitch on the way. That was a ball.
Kenny, what was that?
One out.
I mean, that was the ball that I threw.
From the windup and
Here we are.
Oh, yeah,
strike.
I don't think so.
Got him with the left hook.
You don't think so? Well, take it up with the ump, dude. Take it up with the umpire. Oh, shit.
Oh, literally right at him.
No! One!
Nope, couldn't get that one.
You're supposed to be the GOAT, brother. No!
Zinger to third. Over to second.
Oh.
The tag was not
Oh no, my lord.
Second out.
Good.
Could have been.
He gave up.
He gave up, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, that could have been epic. But it wasn't.
But it wasn't. I mean, like, what are you talking about? We got an out. That was epic. Oh, wait, he was referring to... Oh, hey! Oh, the cannon! The cannon on Oh! Java had a cannon, though. Marion Grace 94, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. You are now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. Hopefully you're having a good night. How the heck did you find us? I'm always curious, because when they don't come from, like, my friends' circles, I'm always curious to see.
How'd you find us? Oh no.
That shit.
Oh, that's another one. That's another
one. That might be a double, dude. That might be a ground ball double.
Oh, it's just dying out there.
That is so far.
Dude, that's another inside the park.
Wings it.
Geeky Steve, is that you? I don't go by that anymore, but I was that once upon a time, yes. Brushstroke. This is Season, by the way, aka Brushstroke. Wait!
Oh! Wait a minute.
Are you Watchful's partner? I'm sorry that that's the first identifier, but that's what I know as. But that's how I recognize. Okay, great! Great.
Oh, holy shit.
Wow. You are a blast from the past. How are you doing?
I haven't heard that name in a while. Wow.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Obi-Wan fucking tight beat. I like that. I'm great. How are you? I'm good. I've gotten really into wrestling in the year since we last talked, and well, thanks to an old PC game, I'm now a baseball fan, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, like, you should see it, like, a month ago, you didn't even know what a strike zone was.
A month ago, I didn't know what a strike zone was, and now I'm kicking the shit out of the Giants and the Expos. Although with the Expos, that wasn't hard to do because that was a 32-0 game. So
we exposed them, as it were.
Yeah. I was about to say we fucking exposed them in 4K. I joined the goth community, and I'm a furry. You always seem like you would fall into that category, if I'm being honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I think the chat froze. Okay, thank you. Hold on just a second. Yeah, I'm a giraffe now. You probably noticed.
Yep.
I love giraffes. A lot.
Hello. I'm a giraffe.
Also, I'm Polly now. You know, I noticed that. Rather, like, I kind of keep tabs on Watchful sometimes. Well, I shouldn't say keep tabs. That sounds like I'm stalking him. I check in. I check in on his page every now and then. I think I notice stuff like that.
That's a foul.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, congratulations. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, happy for you.
I hope that's working out for you guys.
Swung on.
Sounds like it is.
It sounds like Russia was also interested in the backyard baseball. He's like, oh shit, is that the giraffe man?
Yeah, no. Watchful pops in here on occasion.
Wheelie's older than your average first grader because he stayed like 4 times already.
It's crazy to, like, see people from my past come in here, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, I'm still friends with a couple of them. But, you know, a lot of us have kind of scattered to the wind. So, like, when they show up, I'm like, oh shit. They've not been lost.
yeah, wait a minute, I remember you. You're cool, type shit.
They didn't disappear.
Yeah.
I'm dating my old friend Storm Chaser and Twist of Fate.
Wow,
nice. I remember both of those guys, or at least I remember Twist.
Mm-hmm.
Storm Chaser's a little hazy to me. I don't want to steal with Pete, because then that's going to force Kenny out of his position.
Yeah.
And I don't trust Kenny in this field. That's a recipe for disaster.
Into the windup and delivered.
Fuck it.
Oh shit.
Amir fucking Khan!
Yeah, you definitely need the runs right now. Because they're coming out swinging.
Yeah, because the Cubs are actually they're nipping at our heels a little bit.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah, glad to see you doing well. I'm glad to see you doing well, too.
Yeah, happy for you. Glad to see you doing well.
I'm surprised that you found me over here. Still.
Man, really? It's because of baseball? Probably.
Dude, what can I say? It's these goddamn players here.
Mm-hmm.
They're just so goated.
Oh, through Link. Oh, okay.
Oh, Lopier Link?
Yeah. I think that's what they mean.
Nice. I hope he's doing well, too.
The windup throws it. The wing belted it.
That may just be a natural.
Oh my lord, is that another one?
Goodbye.
Yeah, Pablo the goat.
He's goated!
Ah, okay. That's good.
Yeah, we still talk, and he's, I'm doing good, too. Him and I have been meaning to, like, reconnect, but it's just not happened yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing him in December for Midwest for Fest. Oh, that's so... Dude, that's so sick. My friend Tyler is constantly trying to, like, set up something with me to go to a furry convention. I would like to do it at some point. But other priorities are taken... Or I just kind of have other kind of priorities at the time.
Plus, look over here. Is actually going to a convention this year at the end of December.
My convention...
December.
November.
Yeah. Yeah, the one takes place at the end of October. Like, it falls on Halloween weekend.
That's when YomaCon is. We haven't seen each other since BronyCon 19, which that was 7 years ago. Oh, hit it! Fuck! That was dude, that was awful. It's an awful pitch.
Slaps out a single.
Oh, 7 fucking years ago. It's really been that long. Oh.
We're old, dude.
Dude, I feel like I'm gonna turn to dust.
We're all turning to dust here. Ah. I mean, I'm 26 now. My life is practically over.
Oh, don't say about yourself.
Yeah, I still got a lot left in me.
The runner is safe
With the
on
play. Yeah.
Hit with
Well,
the
no.
flag. Well, actually, no. That would come.
That was right before.
Jacinda Smith comes to bat.
Yeah, that was right before.
Among the best players on the team.
Yeah.
True passion.
Oh, so that's why the play happened, because Brony commented.
Yeah, 19 happened, and then we got hit by the Plumpy! Whoa, with the Lawn Boys, girls, and Bs, and AGs. Hello there,
Mario.
my friend. Hopefully, you had a very good stream on your end. Thank you, Plumpy, for sending your community on over here. How was your stream? What did you do? And did you have fun with it? I'm not following you yet. Hold on, I'm fixing that. There you go. What were you doing on your end? For those of you who are unaware, my name is GirafaStev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club. I'm the very long and large enjoyer of gaming, wrestling, baseball now, I guess, and my stinky cats. Tonight, we are playing Backyard Baseball 2001. It is the humongous Hornets, the most one of the most winningest teams of the entire league this season, taking on the Chicago Cubs and the sandy field. I don't remember the name of this field, but it's the one I don't like playing on. I can tell you that much.
Hello, Mario.
So far, it has been a very So far, we've been leading, but the Cubs seem to be nipping at our heels. The last game was our first, close one in a while against the Padres. But yeah.
Hello, Mario.
I've been a while, Steph. Oh, I did iRacing. Saw baseball and thought we'd invade one sport into another. Good. But, aside from, the Backyard Baseball games, I'm primarily a wrestling channel. I play a lot of wrestling games or games about wrestling, the Crush Hour game, which we played on Thursday night. And I may or may not be doing more of that because, if I'm being perfectly honest, Crush Hour is very charming, but it also gives me a fucking aneurysm. So,
we have Twisted Metal at home.
Literally, we have Twisted Metal at home, and also Jeff Hardy's in it. So, I don't know if I'll go back to it. If not, then we'll do SVR 2011 Universe Mode on Thursday. But yeah, along with that, I do other sports games, or at least I'm going to be trying other sports games. I know after this we might be trying out the other backyard games, just so I can pop my sports cherry even further.
Try out backyard basketball.
I'll learn about basketball. I've always wanted to learn about basketball because it's the one that keeps my attention the most. Because most other sports, particularly football, make my ADHD brain go absolutely fucking numb. So
I might just bring up basketball because the season is still ongoing.
The season is still ongoing. We're still in March Madness, so yeah. Thank you for sending your community on over here again, Plumpy. If you need to run, or rather, if you need to raid and run, it's absolutely okay. I just appreciate you bringing your community on over here. And again, if you like wrestling, I guess baseball now too, RPGs, strategy games, I think you'll be right at home here. So, yeah.
If you need to die and dash, we will ban. Whoa!
If you need to dine and dash, we will ban you. Listen, man. If you need the food, I'm looking the other way. Okay? If you absolutely need the food, I'm no snitch. I'll look the other way.
Yeah, you put extra fries in the bag.
Just put the fries in the bag, bro. With pleasure. There's so many fries in the bag, the burger's drowning. I put the fries in the bag and then some. Oh, even on a cold day. Oh, fuck me, dude. That's...
Jacinda. Oh.
That's rough, buddy. But yeah, did iRacing, saw you doing baseball. The giraffe speaks nonsense. What do you mean? But Twisted Metal doesn't have JR commentary. It does not have Kane picking up the Twisty Rockets. That's It's a very big point in Crush Hour's favor, I have to say. Like, literally, during the Crush Hour stream, half the fun came from us turning down the master audio and just letting JR speak. Because, for some reason, in WWE Crush Hour, the commentary audio is separated from the master audio.
Oh my god.
So, like, if you turn down the master audio, it doesn't turn down JR. Instead, what happens is that you play in a silent void while JR does his commentary. You know?
That is so fucking funny. Also madness.
It's so funny, dude. It's the funniest thing of all time.
And that's all you can do.
That's about what I expected from JavaCrypt today. I used to work at Five Guys, that's about right. I know the Five Guys fries in the bag, okay? I've seen them. I've seen them with my own eyes. Alright, so we're pretty far ahead at this point. Let's see if the Cubs can make something happen.
Will they come back?
It's classic JR not caring. No, I disagree. JR in Crush Hour cares a lot. Alright? Certainly more than AEW JR. AEW JR is JR not caring. Okay?
And the count is 0-2.
I've heard enough of JR and AEW to say that.
And the offering swung on.
Ooh. I never pay Five Guys prices though. I would not either. I heard I had, you know, their burgers a couple times in college and I thought they were pretty standard, honestly.
Yeah, meh.
Maybe a little better than standard. I mean, like, it's better than McDonald's, but, you know, most things are better than McDonald's. So.
I wouldn't want to meet him in a light alley either. Alleys are scary.
Oh, the lawn boy likes the sport where being tall is good. I see. Listen.
That's basketball.
Listen, you gotta play to your strengths, you know? You gotta play to your strengths. My strength is tall, and so I need to play the tall sport.
You're long.
It does really feel like that, though. Like they're wheeling someone around that they really shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
What does he even do in AEW now? Because he doesn't do commentary. At least not at the frequency that he did when AEW was just starting.
He's a legend.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sign passed a long time ago. Yeah.
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 He's old. Let him be old. You know?
Yeah, he had like, I remember he had like surgery last year or something.
He had like cancer surgery last year. I'm pretty sure that they got the cancer out though, which is good.
Mm-hmm. It's just, yeah, really at the point where you really shouldn't be doing commentary anymore.
Maybe they should have him as like an interviewer type of thing. Not like a backstage interviewer, but like a pre-filmed interview type of thing. Like a sit-down interviewer.
Yeah, I was about to say, because I know they've done it with him a few times where he does like the sit-down interviews between, between two people that are currently in a feud, or something.
I think that would be a good role for him.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he still wants to do stuff and they still want him to do stuff, then I feel like that would be a good role for him.
Mm-hmm.
I misread your comment and thought you said he passed away for a second. Oh shit! Oh shit! Yeah, that would be a jump scare.
Yeah.
No, not quite yet.
Yeah.
Oh no! Dude, they're playing my strategy! These fucking plays are out of the GirafaStev playbook here. The distraction play.
You can't fool me!
You can't fool me, brother. You think you can take from the playbook? Brother, I wrote the book.
Okay, pitcher, give me one right over the center.
I wrote the fucking book that you're reading from.
Ready now, and the pitch.
Bro, you know, it's actually crazy though, Logan. Like, when I just think of JR and AEW, like, his legacy to me would be like the
being
mistake.
What?
It's him mistaking like the AW World Title belt. He's like, they changed his sign.
No, they didn't, JR.
It's gonna sucks to me.
His legacy to me is being confused over Kenny Omega dressing up as Sans.
Yeah. Well, fuck's an Undertale.
And like Excalibur's like laying it out for him on commentary. Meanwhile, JR is like, oh well, it's Sans Undertale.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do again?
From a legendary game maker, Toby Fucks. No, you didn't say that.
It's like Tony Fox.
It's like Tony Stank, but for games. I like it.
Is that what's his name? Tony Fox?
It's a legendary Tony Fox right here in AEW. No, he didn't say that, but he did almost call the Young Bucks the Young Fucks one time.
He did, didn't
he? He almost did that one time. And I think Colin's forgotten about that because, by the way, Colin's my roommate.
You can't get him every time.
My roommate would always like joke about that with me, and I'm pretty sure he's forgotten about it. I think he needs reminding. I'm pretty sure he needs reminding after all this time. Not to mention that time. Skylark, thank you very much for the resub, bud. I really, really appreciate it. Like, typically people don't come in here and, like, sub and then resub unless your name is Zach. You know?
Yep.
But the fact that you've done it 2 months in a row is very, very kind of you, and I appreciate it a lot. So, so thank you very much. I hope you're having a good night, bud. Call him WWE Champion. Called Fight for the Fallen. Fighter Fest 2. LOL. Wait. Who did JR called WWE Champion?
Kenny Omega.
Kenny Omega?
Yeah,
I like vaguely remember this.
Yeah, look, you know I also remember? We called Jake Hager Jack Swagger.
I mean, given Jake Hager's legacy, I feel like that's pretty apt.
Yeah, Jared had a tendency to, like, call people that were formerly in WWE accidentally by their former WWE names.
A bouncing ball.
Yeah.
Then I'm scrambling.
Yeah, it's not really the best now, is it?
You know what that reminds me of? I can't remember it was TK that did it, but when
Hello, Mario.
first started AW and the post like scrum thing, I think it was to like kind of accidentally call Copeland Edge.
I mean, like, I realize he's professional and that's a pretty big mistake, but like, to give him the tiniest bit of forgiveness. Adam Copeland's been called Edge for like 30 years up until that point.
Yeah, it's hard not to.
It's hard to like change your brain on a whim, especially when you were there for like the first half of his WWE career. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How can I be a member of the Long Boy Club for eternity? I mean, dude, you just gotta stay following the Twitch channel. You know? Like, literally, it says for life.
Yeah.
Whenever you follow or, you know, sub or gift a sub to the channel. When it's for life, it's for fucking life. Okay? I heard Hager's going into Power Slap, or as I call it, Concussion City. I mean, that sounds about right for Jake.
Yeah.
Just remember, you're here forever. Indeedly do, brother.
Yeah.
Okily dokily do, brother.
Good.
Damn, my Cubs are getting smoked here. They sure are.
Listen, man, I love Chicago as well.
And you must
like,
feed me the Cheetos cookies.
That's very, very true, Soul. The Cheetos cookies need to be fed, and you need to bring some for the entire club. All 925 of us. Actually, no, that would be like 20, rather 926, because as the leader, I'm also a member of the club. I'm the member. So.
Yep. Forever and ever and ever.
And ever. If I'm here forever, I'm doing it for her like I'm Seth Rollins and Jimmy Jacobs and WX and WSX. Wrestling Society X. Holy shit. Legendary.
Holy shit.
Legendary reference. Ah! Yeah, that wasn't gonna get caught. Dude, that's what you get when you're on the juice.
On the juice.
Lindsay Felgate.
Jack.
I like this kid's batting skill.
Forever.
Strong, but not too flashy.
And there are runners at second and third.
Like,
1 out.
I have, like, pseudo plans for, like, whenever I'm starting to wrap up my streams. Or, like, when I'm starting to wrap up my streaming career, the final batch of streams will just be, like, Longboy Club Forever subtitle. So.
That's a foul.
Yeah.
I haven't thought about Age of the Fallen in a minute.
The stretch and the pitch.
I mean, like, granted, I don't plan on quitting, you know.
No, he didn't make it.
I was there, man.
I don't really plan on quitting for, like, you know, a while, you know. As long as people are here.
Then memorable.
ROH Man Up, when they debuted, I was 12. Siren, how old are you now, brother? Are we about to age the chat here?
Probably.
30?!
Oh my goodness!
I mean, Zach's older than you by like a year or two, so.
Yeah, I'm 31.
Dude, why am I attracting all the old heads? I'm a baby compared to everyone.
Got it.
You're so slow, Java! Java! Gotta say it in the Marty Wright voice from Tough Enough.
So man, the giraffe is into gilfs or something.
From the wind-up.
Not gilfs, dilfs.
Dilfs and gilfs, dude, because
Dilfs
listen,
and gilfs.
there's a lot of estrogen here in the Long Boy Club, okay? We got some of it.
Oh boy, they're catching up.
Alright, your Cubs are coming back, brother. 31. What's it say on your ID? 30? 30? Now I feel like I'm the youngest here. I'm turning 24 in August. Real estrogen hours.
TLDR Bukian lied on his Tough Enough sheet saying he was 30. He was actually 40.
He was actually 40. Brother. All the fucking old heads here in the LBC.
No shit, Ace, you're 31. Wow.
Yep. Ace is 31. I'm 26. Boogeyman lied on his Tough Enough sheet saying he was 30. He was actually 40. I know that. I know that little bit of trivia.
Yep.
So, like, Soul, if the Boogeyman circa 2004 was here in chat, would you still be the oldest person here or no? Streamer kids? I mean, like, listen, I'm 26. I'm firmly in the latter half of my 20s. You know?
No, wait, I'm not. No, wait, I just realized I'm not 31. I'm 32.
You are 32, yes, I'm sorry.
I turned 32 this year. Yeah, I turned 32 like last month. Oh,
the dementia's setting in, Zach. I'm sorry to tell you this.
Oh no.
I'm sorry to have to be the one to tell you.
No,
I'm here for you if you need anything, okay?
No, you know what's a good way for me to keep track? You'll get a laugh at this. But the way I keep track is I always remember I was 10 when the first SpongeBob movie came out. It's like I was in 04. I was 7.
You know what? That right there's the most base way to remember your birthday. Just remember when the SpongeBob movie came out.
Yeah.
For me, For me, it's easy. Like, I just have to know what year it is, you know? If it's before October, then, you know, I am, or like, I'm the number, you know, at the end of 2000, you know?
Yeah.
He left his autograph on that one.
If it is, you know, October or later, then I am, you know, like the age of the next year. So.
For the Hornets sting today, boy.
My bones.
Because, like, my birthday is on October 2nd. So, like, it's like, you know, all I need to really do is, you know, just like, if it's like October 2nd or later, I just take, you know, the current year, or, you know, like, the last 2 numbers of the current year, and add 1 to it.
Oh shit.
So.
Rush is your, or Ace is your birthday also October? Damn, same as Logan.
Sev out here doing basic math. Dude, I'm on that Steiner math tick right now, okay? I'm over here just completely smoking the Cubs. I gotta do math assignments. That's how it be. That's how it be out here, man. That's how it be. Man, I'm dying out here. Jesus. Oh no! Dude, he dove for it and he missed it. Oh yeah, that's gonna be out. Dude, that's an inside the parker. That's inside the park. Yep.
Yeah.
I'll give the Cubs this. They're not making it easy.
Dude, when does this game suddenly get so tough now?
You know what? I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it being a little tough.
Yeah.
It keeps it a little interesting. So we're gonna do left hook here. Nice. I always remember how old my parents are because my mom's age is what number WrestleMania's at this year. And my dad's a year younger.
It's almost time for a 2.5-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Can't snooze it. At least I can't.
Alright. I'll go ahead and... I'll just go ahead and run the ad right now. That's fine. Encourage more of you to sub.
It's break time.
No.
Where the heck's the Cheetos, my
If
dude?
if you guys sub, you get to see some gaming in the Clinton years.
And soon some infomercials. For pillow pets.
Final Doom from Williams is a game that chews you up and spits you out. Like any Doom game,
God damn
Final
Final Doom.
Indestructible, impossible, impenetrable. We're going to try to be clever for the rest of this review. Don't have a cow once you figure out what we're saying. Final Doom is just more of the same old Doom shoot-'em-up action that has spawned countless clones in the video game industry. The same Doom enemies that inhabited all the other Doom games.
Chat, please convince me to not get
are also in
McDonald's after
Doom
this.
game. Doom it. We're sick of all these Doom bloody games.
Logan?
More Doom gunshots in
What's
1
that?
minute.
Don't get
than we'd
McDonald's after
otherwise
this.
hear in a lifetime. We're sick of all the Doom
Okay, but why
groans of the
shouldn't
dead
they?
demons and the people you must shoot in the game.
Because it's bad for
Doom
you.
it. These games make
I
you
know that.
Doom crazy.
The McDonald's
especially
doesn't taste
since
that
they're
good
so
anyways.
Doom hard. Normally, challenge is good, but not in this Doom game.
No, you're right.
Hardcore Doomers will be in Doom Nirvana.
You're right.
The game is actually 3 games in 1. Master levels from the internet, Plutonia, and TNT. All are extremely difficult. Hidden in the instruction booklet is a password that gives you all of the game's weapons. But even with
It
that
does kind of
little
warm
gem,
my
you will
heart to know
fail
that people
miserably.
would miss me if
Don't
I
worry,
left streaming.
we're not going to Doom Williams.
Yeah.
But let's just say it's time to put this series to
I'm
rest.
glad I leave that impact on
Of course, we may end up eating
Mm-hmm.
crow once Doom 64 comes out. And I mean Doom as in Doom in that instance. If you
I am
think that all
not
these
40,
Dooms are
luckily.
bad, wait till you find out what BFG stands for. The BFG 9000 is the biggest gun in the game.
Count your days.
If Williams sees this segment, they will either A, laugh at all the Dooms, B,
Logan's
put us on
Logan's
their
gonna get the
to-doom
gray
list,
hair when he
C,
turns 40.
doom us to Hades, or D,
Dude,
not do one
I don't have
Doom
hair. What are you
thing.
talking about? I mean, I do
Oh,
have
okay,
the goatee.
your giraffe is gonna get gray hair.
Should I get it modeled on me that I have gray hair?
Yeah.
You know what? I like that. I enjoy that a lot. I enjoy the idea of my model aging with me.
Yeah.
That's a fun gimmick, honestly. But we do be getting WWE 2K ads on Stev streams now. Dude, they profiled my stream. They know what to put on here.
Yep.
Nom
They
nom
fucking
nom.
know what
Oh,
to put on
excuse me,
here.
we're back, my dude.
Wrestling games.
Much to your shame, concerning the game it is.
Oh, Zach, don't you wanna get to tier 14, the battle pass, to get Biker Taker?
No, I'd really rather not.
A character that's been available for free in the past 3 games.
I hate that's a totally 2K thing to do. So, no.
To be fair, THQ did that too.
They did. Dude, like THQ would always like have DLC for like characters that would always be in the next game.
Well, no, not even that. They would take characters out of the base roster and then make them DLC. You know?
Yeah.
Like, they did that for fucking WWE 12. And WWE 12 is a great game. But the DLC on it was truly terrible. Because, like... because the DLC was the following. Alright?
Yeah.
It was the following people. Shawn Michaels was in the last game. For free. The Rock was part of the base game, although this was like modern Rock, you know? This is like, I'm back in WWE after 7 years Rock, you know?
Oh, okay, it wasn't even like 03 Rock or like this one
Yeah.
too.
But still, you know, that's another character that was, you know, technically in, you know, either in the previous game as part of the base roster, now locked behind DLC. You had Michael Cole, JR, and Jerry Lawler. All 3 of those were DLC, by the way.
Because I definitely want to pay DLC to play as the commentator.
They were gassing up They were gassing up Jerry Lawler and Michael Cole crazy at that point. It's insane.
Yeah, they thought their feud was legendary. It sure was legendary. Alright. Legendarily shit.
I ain't gonna lie, I did the Bischoff grind for like half the ringside pass before they patch it. Next pass, they're gonna force you to spam scrapyard brawl matches for days on end to finish it. And like that's just really shit, you know? Because like I don't remember which, like, dev was, like, doing it, but they were, like, blaming the players for, like, you know, getting upset at them for like, patching out, you know, the way to skip the grind, you know?
Oh,
Like, they were, like, crashing out on players for, you know, getting upset at them for that. And they were, like, well, that's not fair to, you know... Rather, you know, like, circumventing the gameplay flow isn't really good. But my response to that is the fucking gameplay flow that you designed in the first place. You know?
Yep. Damn, I can't remember what developer it was, but it's blanking on me.
Those Tony Pizza Guy videos were defo not it. What? Wait, what do you mean? Did Tony do something? If he did, I'm not familiar with it. Which I don't mind. Scrapyard matches are fun with AI, but not having an easy grind method does suck quite a bit. It really sucks. It especially sucks when the devs are crashing out on people for, you know, being upset that the way to, you know, get past really repetitive gameplay is now no longer an option. You know? He both sides the nerf to the grind, but most of the side of 2K. This is what I was kind of afraid of when Tony left. I was a little afraid that he would kind of be trying to...
Here's the motion and the throw. The wing.
Like, I'm not... Like, I don't really, like, want to, you know, make any assertions. But... I really feel like, in that instance, you really need to be on the side of the players. You know?
The swing. Whoops.
Oh boy.
Honestly, I subbed to him, but I'm not really enjoying his solo stuff. his solo stuff, unfortunately, feels very generic. So, like, I'm not really there for a lot of it, to be perfectly honest. Granted, I don't really give a shit about modern 2K games. Not when they are in the state that they're in. But, yeah, there's, like... It really does just kind of feel like that he's made really generic shit ever since leaving Deadlock, and that's not really what I wanted. Because he left Deadlock to focus on his solo stuff, and it's kind of sad that he just kind of fell in line a little bit. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, look at it. I was like, oh man, I'm about to show my age. It was like, who the fuck you talk about? I was like, oh, from Deadlock. Formerly from Deadlock. Okay.
We were talking about the Deadlock podcast, so...
Yeah.
Also, by the way, speaking of Deadlock, it's very funny as a fan of Deadlock, because now there's a very popular game out called Deadlock, so...
Yeah, there's like actually a game called Deadlock out. I don't think it has nothing to do with the rest of your review.
No, I mean, like, I agree with you, Sarah, and I'm trying to be kind of easy on him, too. Because, you know, he's at this point a family man, and he's got to think about that. But, you know, as a viewer, it's just not very compelling stuff. You know? It's just not very compelling stuff when he's making the same kind of video that I see other people do.
He's all over it.
Yeah.
So,
seen out of him.
I just kind of want more out of him, you know?
I still said I was
want him
never
to make
the
stuff that he's proud of. So, Sosa. Boom. Yes. What is it, Zach? I'm sorry.
I still said I was never the biggest Tony person, but I do want to enjoy his stuff.
I do want to enjoy his stuff too, but I just don't. I don't, sadly. I feel like he's earned the benefit of the doubt, but at the same time, yes, it's not my kind of stuff.
Here's the windup. Here's the pitch. Swung on.
I mean, I will say, I'm probably never gonna, even if I was big enough to be invited to, you know, 2K's, like, big fucking stuff for, like, YouTubers and whatnot, I almost guarantee you they wouldn't invite me. because I just feel like the majority of the stuff that I have to say about 2K and the stuff they put out is negative. You know?
Yeah, not nice, yeah.
And I don't think they would want someone like me there, and I don't feel like I would enjoy myself there. So it's mutually beneficial that we're not really doing stuff.
Oh shit! Joshua!
She choked.
Ah!
You know, I'm not gonna make, like, a big thing where it's like, oh, but my integrity. I mean, like, it's fine, you know? I'm just kind of saying that, like, I don't think it would be my thing. I mean, Johnny gets away with it, but NL is the biggest in the space. Johnny is, I mean, like, he can be pretty critical about, you know, 2K and the shit they do. But yeah, he really does have the advantage in where, like, Johnny is the head of, you know, New Legacy, and New Legacy is the biggest, you know, wrestling games channel in the league, really. So. But yeah. Johnny could get away with it. I probably can't.
Nope.
And again, that's fine. I don't really care. I'm fine over here playing my 20-year-old wrestling games if I find them fun. So.
And old baseball games.
And old baseball games, sure. I don't know, I'm kind of rambling a little bit.
The only thing I do know is the Cubs are creeping up.
They're creeping up, dude. They're snipping at our heels.
Breathing down your neck. I gotta say, look, I love her posture. She's like off the mount.
Dude, her posture looks like my posture when I'm trying to lift patients. This is crazy. I'm gonna have a robotic back at 40, guys. I'm sorry.
I love her energy.
Hello, Mario.
Whoops, how are you doing, man? Welcome on into tonight's Lawn Boy Club meeting. Hopefully you're doing well.
Hi, Whoops.
If I could say anything about 2K26 based on what I've seen, I'm happy they seem to give a shit about Universe Mode again. Because Universe Mode was kind of my childhood, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely the mode that I got, you know, the most amount of mileage out of, you know, from like 2011 onwards. So, I'm glad that they give a shit about it a little bit more now. But
now if they oh my goodness, now if they really want to put butts in seats, they bring back the My Story mode, which uses the universe assets.
brother, I would be seated. Okay.
Yeah.
I would be seated if they brought back the story designer.
Yeah, the story designer. Yeah.
This one go by.
Because there are so many things you could do with that.
One of my big things I want to do once we get the Gearaverse off the ground, because I'm still working on the video there, I'm still scripting it out, is I want to take one of the older 2K games, crack open Story Designer, and make an original story in that engine with the Gearaverse cast.
Oh, you dumb! Yes, dumb.
I would like to, you know, like bringing some of my friends in VTubing and beyond to do like voice acting and shit. I think that would be fun, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think that would really test my mettle in terms of writing as well.
Yeah.
It would be a big project. So yeah.
From the wind-up, the pitch.
It would be how we rescue Egg Hachi from the Day of Reckoning time loop.
Yeah.
I don't know why they just wait for that, dude. Like, that feels like a big waste of your time and resources. Anyways, I gotta run.
Run! Look at her, she did hit a home run.
She did hit a home run. That's very true.
It's time for a home run.
Don't
not this time.
don't get greedy, Jocinda, okay? Don't get greedy.
Here's the wind-up and the throw. That was a ball. 1-0.
You got one home run as a treat.
Don't ask for another.
Don't ask for more.
That's so small!
And the count is 2-0.
That is a slow-ass ball, dude. Wow.
From the wind-up, fire.
Oh,
she's not making it.
Slow roller.
And that's an
Dude, the distraction! The distraction! Unfortunately, Juan Gonzalez was the sacrificial lamb there, but we got a power up. So,
yep.
Worth it.
Oh, please we get limited bat again.
This one's out of here.
Ah, dude, Screaming Line Drive on this field is dog ass.
Yeah.
That was ball 1.
I'm gonna hit it anyway.
Yeah, may as well, you know? We have it.
Yeah.
Let's try it.
Here's the wind-up, the pitch. That was a
bro, he's trying to hit him.
Will you stop trying to attack Ahmed?
She's trying to hit him.
I mean, I know he has big headphones in, but those aren't a target. That's his headphones, dude.
Unbelievable screaming line drive.
Wow,
yeah, like,
double.
Okay, but we got a ground rule double off of that, so that's good.
Man, it's power up shit. Never mind, did something good.
It did something good.
And they've scratched out another run, and that's a double.
But it just loses all of its momentum once it hits the ground. It like loses all of it.
Yep. Got another one.
For some baseball spankering.
Thanks, Sonny.
We're gonna have another one.
And the offering.
Another one. Oh, I wanted it to get in the water, dude.
Oh, it's so close.
That
yeah,
I've
been so slow
based.
right now.
Don't want to be in its way.
She scored.
That's the
Is
way.
that a good idea?
Nope. I'm staying safe, dude. I'm staying safe.
Yeah.
Next up, Kenny Coach.
Kenny is a fast baseman, and he can.
Oh no, we lost it.
Runners at
That's fine.
Yeah.
1 out. Okay, pitcher.
Is it a good idea to hit grounders in this ballpark?
Probably not. Like, that's really what he does best, you know? Dude!
Yo, stop trying to hit the handicapped kid.
Dude, they're trying to hit the kid in the wheelchair? That's crazy.
He delivers. Swing.
Mmm. Dang.
Now pitching.
Hold on.
Bobby Bullgreen. He's been known to pull a radical pitch out of his sleeve from time to time, so we just may see a monkey ball or a scrambler today.
From the windup.
What is a monkey ball? I don't think that's a power-up here.
Yeah, I don't think it's an actual pitch. Oh my goodness.
Oh god.
Java is so kind of
Java Crit!
They're giving her
She's
all
not
the
paying
time.
attention!
They gave her all the time. They felt bad for her.
Wow! Holy shit. That right there's the pity save.
Wheeler steps in. Bases loaded. 1 out.
Bases loaded, brother. You know what? Pete can do it.
What am I supposed to do again?
Belt it, brother. Get it out the park. Okay,
Wow,
well, that
that's
didn't
quick.
last long.
Gritting his teeth, ready to send all of them right back to the dugout.
The stretch. He throws it. Swinging. It's going up the right field line, and it goes foul.
Ooh, that didn't get caught. Thank God.
Dude, Kenny is having a...
The bases are loaded.
He's having a time over there.
Yep.
Alright. Here we go.
Ready now, and the pitch. Strike.
Whoa, that's fast.
That was a fast ball, dude. I am a little scared.
He winds. He throws it. Third strike. And
Oh, come on.
Bull! Bull!
I'm sorry, Pete.
Not your fault.
Khan walks up to the plate.
Amir, I have faith, brother. You can do it.
Throws hard as his big brother.
This one's out of here.
I've got
It sure
faith.
is.
Into the motion. The delivery.
Not that pitch.
That pitch, yeah. Sweat beating down my head.
The stretch. Throws it. A swing.
Ah!
That was a ball.
Shouldn't have pulled the trigger on that one.
Shut
Shove
up,
Vinny.
Vinny.
Into the motion. Here's the pitch.
Ball.
That was ball 2.
Yeah.
Will you people stop trying to throw balls at my players?
From the windup. The delivery.
Pissing me off.
Swing. Strike.
Like, it's starting to get really irritating the way that you just want to hurt them.
Here's the motion.
Chad put the fear of God into them. Yo!
Come on! Come on! Come on! No! That's a
Into
ground
the-
rule double. It's good.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
That's the kind of hustling I like to see.
Anytime the Java Crit can get home, she's smiling, laughing, and dancing all at once.
Sweet
Yep.
candy, I tell ya. I like candy. Everybody likes candy. That's why Halloween is such a popular holiday.
Pablo Sanchez steps in. And there are runners at second and third. 2 out.
Let's close the book on this.
Mhm.
Seal the deal, brother.
From the stretch. Here's the pitch. That was ball 1. Here's the windup. Pitch on the way. A swing. Foul ball. And the count is 1-1. Ready now. The 1-1 pitch. Swing. Back towards
Ooh.
the outfield.
That's gone. That's out of here.
Let's get out of here. Let's go. And the pool as well.
That one had a pass.
You're making sure they never coming back.
That's why he's the GOAT!
Here's the go.
That shit is drowning right now in that small puddle, okay? It's never coming back. That's at the bottom of the ocean puddle, right there.
That's like the Mariana Trench of puddles right there. It's not coming back.
I'm sending that ball on a one-way trip to Cooperstown.
Now pitching, Davy Merriman.
I'm not going to tell you to phone it in, Juan, because that would be bad coaching. But it's fine if you don't send it to Cooperstown.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine if you don't do your best.
We're already 10 ahead.
Strike! That kid was frozen.
That shit was...
He's set. And the offering.
Whoa.
Smack one into right.
Dude, he might just do it anyways. No, Sammy's gonna get it. Dude, Sammy just scooped that up. Did you see that?
Yeah, he did. He's on the juice. What can I say?
Sosa.
Fabulous Gooch
Nice.
predicts this kid is going places.
With nobody out.
Speaking of juice, you're running out of juice.
The target goes up.
That I am.
Offering. Swing.
Good time to run out of it, though, at the very end of the game. Well,
Achman.
no way! Achman still got it.
You know, it hit him. Oh, God.
Even though it domed him.
Henri Deschênes comes to the plate. Here's the windup. Fires.
Alright.
Swung on. A blooper in foul.
Alright, Kenny. Close us out here, dude.
Kenny. Oh, how crazy is it? That's pretty crazy.
Crazy ball.
Just where one of these babies crosses the plate is very difficult to predict.
0-2.
Right hook.
Whoa.
That was
And he has banned the
that was incredibly bad control, but he got it.
Yep.
Kenny got it. 7 strikeouts on the day for Kenny.
He's doing good.
He is, yeah.
He's the kind of kid who's just waiting for the heat.
Waiting for
the windup and the throw.
Well, he's not gonna get it because Kenny doesn't throw good heaters.
Fancy pitch
No, he
will
doesn't.
really shake things up.
Slow pitch.
That kid's thinking out there on.
And
Well, actually, you know what? Here, let's see if he's really waiting for it.
pitch on the way.
Hit this.
And a
Well, he was ready for it, but he didn't quite get all of it.
Yeah.
You know what?
A fireball.
Fuck you.
high ball 1. 1-2.
Dude, look here just now.
The windup and delivery. That
Wow.
count is 2-2.
He does not have a good.
Here's
Jesus.
The delivery.
Dude, I wanted to be fancy with it, okay? Dude, is that gonna cost me? It might just cost me.
Hello, Mario.
Sends him back to the
Okay. Thank God.
Good job, Kenny. 8 strikeouts
Hey.
on the day.
And a
Woo, look at it.
18-8.
As you can imagine, there will be a lot to
Good
say
job.
about
Hello,
this
Ray
night
J.
tonight.
Straight from Sandy Flats to
We are closing out tonight's stream, so sorry about that, but I'm happy that you're here with us at the end, brother. Hold on.
Mhm.
Sunny Day and Vinny the Gooch signing off.
All right. Cool. Well, we're still at the top of our league, and I want to see if anyone else can compete at our level at the moment. The Blue Jays are scoring big here. Let's see here. San Francisco Giants, they were able to get something on the Little Monsters. So, you know,
Yep.
good for them. They couldn't get anything else on us though, so yeah, eat shit. What's next? The Astros, dude. Okay, well that means we gotta get around their cheating, right?
Yep. Yeah.
What? Wild card race. Oh, okay. I get it. But we're at like the top of our own league, so it's fine. Wait. There's no way we're in the wild card race for the National League, right? Or rather, the American League. No, we're in the National League.
Mhm.
No, we are leading this shit right now. We're the best in the entire league aside from the Melonheads.
Damn, not the cheat stros. Apparently
Damn.
they're called
Trash can bangers.
Trash can bangers. Dude, that's cold as fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, but they're gonna be fine. Look at this. Those trash cans are coming into good use this time, dude. 4 to
Yes,
5.
they are.
Yeah, the blue. It seems like the American League is by and large a bit more competitive than the National League, because the National League we're sitting comfy at the top. So.
Yep.
The only one that really gave us problems was the Padres so far. So. But we're still riding that fucking wave, dude. How many games in a row have we won so far? We've won 7 in a row. That's our current winning streak.
Let's fucking go.
That is incredible. But yeah, we're actually, you know, getting close to the playoffs here. It's not very far, guys. We only have 5 more games and then we're there. So, yeah.
The end is in sight of the regular season.
The end of the regular season is almost here. Oh, right. I went to the fairgrounds for games. Someone stole the GameCube version of NBA Street Volume 3. Wait, someone stole it?
Bro!
Like, did they steal it from you? Or did they, like... steal it from, like, the goddamn seller? Because stealing a Game Boy Advance game in the year of our Lord, in God's 2026...
Oh, there was a case with no game.
Oh.
Bro.
Dude. I mean, like, to be fair, Game Boy Advance games are kind of a little hard to keep together, you know?
No, GameCube version.
Oh, the GameCube version. Oh, okay. I thought you meant, like, the Game Boy version for a second. I don't know why.
No.
I read that wrong.
Yes, also the GameCube version. NBA Street Volume 3 is
dude. Dude, the NBA Street games are fucking sick, though. So, maybe we play those, too. The one with Mario, Luigi, and Peach being guest characters. Yes, you're right!
Oh, man!
Dude, that's the best one. That's awesome.
Yeah. Bro, I can't. It's like, hey, why don't I just take the game out of this case and seal it?
Man. So wait, like... So, like, they fucking just were trying to sell you the case? Then? Well, no, I mean, like, you're kind of saying that, like, they stole, you know, the game disc. But I'm wondering if they were just trying to sell you the box without a game in it, you know? Like, like you would get home after spending, I don't know, like $30 on what you thought was NBA Street Volume 3. And then you just come home and you find that there's no disc in it. And then you just got ripped off of $30.
Or 100.
Or 100, depending on what they think that it's worth. Maybe, but all other game boxes had games in it. LOL.
Man.
That's shit, dude. But yeah, you know what's also shit? Our time here coming to an end. Which it has.
Boo.
I'm sorry. But I'm hungry. I want food. So
No McDonald's.
No McDonald's. But I'm gonna send you over to... You know what? They put me... KFC... You know... Brushstroke came in here. Or, as they're now called, Marianne Graves. They put Lapierre on my mind. I'm gonna go ahead. And we're gonna raid into him. Right now he's playing Mario Party.
Yeah.
Right now he's playing Mario Party over on his stream. So... Why not? We'll go over there and we'll have fun with them, okay? Or at least...
Fuck it!
Yeah. Hold on just a second. First, raid message. Right there. Yeah. thank you all very much for hanging out with us tonight. This was a lot of fun, even as we continue to fucking dog walk this league. I'm still having a lot of fun with this game. Thank you all for hanging out with us. If you haven't done so already, I would appreciate you following the channel. It would really help as we're trying to reach 1,000 followers for 1K Mania. Join the Discord. We have a lot of fun over there. We do weekly watch-alongs. Coming up soon, we're going to be doing the upcoming Maple Leaf Pro shows, MLP as it's called, which is very funny. They're doing their doing their big crossover show with Ring of Honor, and they're also doing their own standalone show, Uprising, next weekend. If you want to join us for that, come on over. We would love to have you over there. I'm also on quite a few things on socials. I'm on YouTube twice over as both a VOD and a highlight channel. I'm on TikTok, I'm on Blue Sky. Come and join me on all those places. For now, let's go and give Link a bit of a good warm Long Boy Club love welcome. So yeah, thank you all very much. Zach, thank you for joining me for this as well.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. I had a blast. Ironic that the MLP also takes place in Canada.
it was both are Canadian made. That's very true. Wow, I never thought of that. That's insane.
Yeah.
I love that, actually. But yeah, I will see you all on Thursday for either more Crush Hour or SmackDown vs. Raw 2011 Universe Mode. I'll figure it out. Until then, I will see you. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.